Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, June the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading rooms. Thank you very much, guys, Starkey and William, and Pepe in our YouTube room. We're good to go, both rooms. All right, guys, let's see what is happening this morning. I saw this one, USDE, have a nice surge after hours yesterday. Let's see what it's doing now, 81. It got up to 952 or so. Now it's back down to 378. So stablecoin X launches stablecoin harness infrastructure software platform. Okay. The reason I was delayed is because this is what I see to start. Okay, then I have to open it up to see what the whole headline is. But anyway, that's your news for USDE. USDE. CWD, Caliber Companies. Caliber begins next phase of its real estate fund token. Okay, so another sort of a crypto play. Call it a crypto play. Speaking of crypto, okay. Speaking of crypto, yeah. So we're back over 60,000, 61,000 now, 61,500. Well, this LGCL, guys, is wow, another big move up. What do they do? Technology-driven agent-centric human capital management service company. Okay, and it's a China stock, not a low float, 37 million in the float. So, aha, we're going to have one. Maybe we're going to have this sector for a while, guys. We're going to do a financing, and then a few days later, you know what? We're not going to do a financing. So Lucas GC decides to terminate its $20 million at-the-market offering agreement with Maxim Group. Okay, so that is the reason for the big pop but they will continue to evaluate financing alternatives or initiatives, sorry. So that is a LGCL. As we're saying, MSTR was ripping, so MSTX must be ripping alongside of it. So MSTR is up at least about 5.5%, a little over 5.5%. This is the two-timer. I'm really, it's probably going to be too extended today. I'm really interested to see what sort of company ETFs I get from the daily trend reversals today. I bound and determined I might try to take every one of them. They still have to set up, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to lose sight of them. Okay, LHAI. So the rug has been pulled for a while on this one. Big Tree Cloud, okay. And another China stock, another low float, 1.25, 12 million have traded already. Big Tree Holdings, what do they do? Providing personal, it doesn't really matter what they do. How's that S dot? Hit 100 yet? Yeah, getting closer, 89. So there are a lot of these stable coins, okay? Yeah, CWD. What's the float? 8 million in the float. Wow, 157 million are traded already. So again, tokenizations, crypto plays. Urenda. This is the old Urenda. They're calling themselves now year in. Well, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'm going to call it year in digital. This used to be Urenda. Announcing a new $20 million share repurchase program. Okay, over the next 12 months. Sure. Not much volume on this one, but it's a nice little move. 54,000 shares have traded. Luxembourg, incorporated in Luxembourg, obviously for financial reasons. NEXA. So looks like the next high is around 1433. So there's a little bit of room. Well, this stock already got hit a few weeks ago, but it's being hit again. ELTX. It already got hit a few weeks ago. Got trading lower after the company announced. Oh, okay, it's a financing, $50 million offering, 4.3 million shares. Suppose we should be maybe looking for a little bounce play on this one. I mean, what's the low right here? Weekly low. It's basically right there. 2 weeks. Good morning to you too, user in our YouTube room. All right, guys. I'm going to go over the sectors. Just take a look quickly at what the sectors are doing. Times are right now at 9:10, so about 20 minutes before the 9:30 open. So I'm going to go click on new from the toolbar, click on dock to channel bar, and then click on the show more down to the sector status. Let's see what's happening with some of the major sectors 20 minutes before the 9:30 open. So top sectors right now, guys, silver and gold. So silver's up 3.5%, gold's 2%. And the worst sector is XLC. So really, it's the only negative sector in the pre-market, XLC communications. That's the only one. I was interested to see what the semis are doing. Yeah, the gold and silver leading the charge this morning. Here's another one of these ones that take a big pop in the pre-market. 268 gets up to, this is the PPCB, probably had, some news, another one of these ones Company going to initiating a share repurchase program up to $5 million. So it popped up to 269, came all the way down to 155. So at least this one has not given it up. Okay, CWD, it is actually making new highs in the pre-market. CWD, pretty low float, 8 million. So as we found out yesterday, the market is open all day today. It is not a half day, so it's an all-day market, and of course the market's closed tomorrow for your big holiday in the States. At least the day before your big holiday. WHLR, what is this one doing? WHLR, okay, it's dropping actually. Big pop in the pre-market up to 292, right back down to a dollar. Tread lightly, Grumpy. Tread lightly. Not funny at all. CETX. Somebody was talking about CETX. Any borrows here? Trade idea? I don't think so. No, no borrows at. Yeah, another one. I mean, look at this big drop, pop up to 617, back down to 350. Well, live in this country for a while, Grumpy, and you'll find out exactly why we take it seriously. Okay, so enough said. Okay, just enough said. You don't like it, go somewhere else. So S dot, wow, S dot is another move here. S dot, another move. Let's looking at a couple of earnings plays. No volume yet, though. GBX is an earnings play. FC is an earnings play, but there's just no volume in either one of them. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now. 9:15, 15 before the 9:30 open. See anything else? I'm just looking at other ones that have won. Okay, AUID, AUID, AUID. Let's see. Now it's doing nothing. Won a race. Remember, this race starts. I loaded my platform, I think, right around 8 o'clock. I think I loaded trade ideas around 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock your time, well, Eastern time. So that's why these races, these are stocks that have won races earlier. Anything going on with PKE? PKE. I don't know. I don't see it anywhere. So let's take a look at PKE. PKE. No, well, no, there's no volume. 42. It is an earnings play, I guess. It says it's an earnings play, but there's no volume yet. 42 shares have traded so far. When you get trade ideas, you're going to have this little single stock window. Okay. Remember, the single stock window is something that is customizable. This is just these are just filters in here. So at a glance, I can tell, I can sort of see what's going on in terms of volumes and float, where the position and ranges are, but it's all customizable. Some of you may want more financial information. Well, it says 42. It says 42 shares. I mean, there's a volume right there, and I typed in PK. It's just picked up, well, 2,700 now, but yeah, so it is low, very low volume. INFQ, let's see what's happening with this one. INFQ, looks like there is too much resistance. Yeah, between 13 and a half and 14 for me anyway. What do you mean? Oh, so the single stock window. Yeah. So as I said, one, and anybody else listening, this is all customizable. Okay. The single stock window, all these are filters that we've got. So if I wanted to, I right click, configure, and column. So I can search all the different filters that we have and put them in and put them in here. So at a glance, this is what I want to see. It doesn't, of course, have to be what you guys want to see, or it's what I want to see, but it's all customizable. That's what I'm really trying to say. These are just filters in here. Well, yeah, I mean, when these companies come out and they say we're going to buy, I mean, the headline looks, where is that LGCL right now? There we are. So look at that. Yeah. I mean, it was up. Now it's crashing. Actually, I'm wrong. So this is not one of the buybacks, but terminating its $20 million market or offering agreement. I guess they were going to raise. Not shortable for me, of course, at Interactive Brokers. It's interesting, sort of, that it has happened like this, though, because I don't know, a year ago, year and a half ago, I can't remember exactly, but remember we had a few companies. What they would do is they would come out and they say we're going to do a financing, basically crash the stock, and 2 or 3 or 4 days later, they say, you know what, we're canceling it. Stock zips up higher. So if you don't think that people are taking advantage of that, But it was almost like a little mini sector because all of a sudden, somebody doesn't want some company does it, and then a couple other companies do it, and all of a sudden you notice a pattern. Well, I wouldn't call this thin. I mean, it's trading 10 million shares, Burks. I caught the tail end of it. I caught the tail end of it, Ozzy. I think it's still pretty advanced for the average person. I mean, you're not the average person, but it's still pretty advanced for the average person. I mean, I saw what he was doing. Can TI provide sound alerts? Yes. We have sound alerts on alert windows. We have sound alerts on your price alerts window. You put a sound alert on your price alert window, so when something is triggered, not only will the price alert window pop up on your screen, but you can put a sound alert on it. We can put a sound alert on all the AI alerts that we get. So the answer is yes. I couldn't well, I mean, I might be exaggerating, but if I didn't have the ability to put sound alert, because the whole idea of sound alerts is that when you put a different sound, on your different alert windows. Now, you don't want to have so many that you're overwhelmed with alerts. But let's just say you had 3 alert windows. You've got your price alert window, and maybe you have our AI. Well, you want to put a different sound alert on each one of those windows so that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. Obviously, you don't want to put the same sound and we can go text to voice also. We have a female. You can pick a female voice for one and a male voice for another. So it'll read out. What I mean by that is it'll read out the symbol. Yeah, just quickly. I mean, there's what you do. The play sound. You set up the sound. So we've got text to speech. We've got a female voice, a male voice you can pick from, and we have use custom sound. We select the sound. And then these are 3 folders that we give to you. Each folder has different sounds. You can pick and choose what one you might want. Plenty to pick from. Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why the stock would crash like that after spiking up. I would have thought it would hold its gains more, but I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it's just it's a low low float. It's actually not that crazy low, 37 million. I mean, it's not high float, of course, but China stock. I have no idea why this specific one. I would have thought it would hold its gains at least into the market, but it's the market. And I'll be honest, Burks, I try not to overthink things. I mean, you drive yourself crazy. I'm just talking in general. I don't mean you, but I mean, you'll drive. I used to. I mean, go, why did that happen? Why did that happen? It would gnaw at me, nag at me. Now, you know what? People ask me, is this a short squeeze? Is this the? You know what? I really don't care. How we label these things. Give me a moment, guys. Anyway, sorry, Grumpy. I just so you understand, okay? It's all right. Let's go. TC, another one of these token cat. NNBR guys is on the move here. NNBR is on the move. What time is it now? 9:28. Couple of wow. Look at S dot now. Look at S dot now. Okay. Look at S dot now, guys. Nothing's going to surprise me. I'm not saying it's getting to 100, but would it surprise anybody if it gets to 100? I have to bite my tongue on this one, guys. The micron. So there is sort of news on it. Okay. All right, guys. 9:29. So 30 seconds to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Remember, the market's closed tomorrow. We're open the whole day. We are open the whole day though today. And I am going to be waiting to see what sort of trend reversals I get, especially company ETFs. How about 2, 3, 1? Okay, guys, we are now open. Well, the 9:30 open anyway. So let's. The market is. Let's see. The SPY's up about. Yeah, SPY's up a bit. Rivian. What's Rivian doing? All right. Wow, Rivian. I didn't even see this one. Rivian. I didn't see it because it's only up 4%, but a big spike right there at 825. RIVN. Rivian beats EV slowdown in second quarter. Raises guidance following launch of R2. Okay. Would you agree? Would you guys agree? I mean, that's the only other EV that I see in Vancouver. I mean, I don't see very many of them, but obviously Tesla dominates the market. But I mean, it's the only other one that I really see. Not yet. I didn't think China. No, Polestars aren't Chinese. I don't think. I don't think Polestars are China. Not yet. Not yet. They're supposed to be coming sometime this month. The first batch of the China EVs. Give me one moment, guys. Yeah, it's Swedish. I could have sworn it. Yeah. So yeah, the Bitcoin plays are moving here, guys. I mean, this is one I traded yesterday. The Connell. There, guys. S dot is S dot halted? Yeah, S dot is actually halted. And fascinating. Look at this. Okay, so here's SDOT. So this is the first display of this screen I'm showing today. This is a window from Interactive Brokers Time and Sales. Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. There's your halt price, 97.89 for SDOT. And look right there, potential open at 100. Oh, wow. All right. Okay, USDE, let's see, it's having a little bit of a pop, but it's still way under the VWAP. Had a big pop after hours yesterday, sold way off, still up 100% though, USDE. All right, CLRO, why are you moving? CLRO halted. Okay, this is halted on the way up. Well, you can always go MSTX. That's what I did yesterday, MSTX. So if you think that MSTR is going to keep moving, you can buy this one. Plenty of volume, good spread. Well, then anybody else listening. Okay, how about that, PJ? Anybody else listening? If you really think that MSTR is going to keep moving, this is a two-timer for the company. All right, SMS. Now this is a nuke. Okay, I will say this about these nukes. I find them a little more challenging. Okay. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that it is showing up in the daily trend reversal, and it's SMCX. This is a two-timer for it, but I find the nukes are a little more challenging. Let's take a look here, though. What is the next high? 922. I mean, there's a plenty of room. All right, CWD is halted on the way down. I don't know this one at all. ACYQ. Okay. Wow. FT Vest auto callable barrier and high income ETF. All right. That's never seen that one before. For whatever reason, Alcoa is on the move. AA is on the move. Bank of America maintained coverage with underperform. Okay. Underperform and a target of 57. Now, Alcoa challenging 50 now. AA, guys. AA challenging 50. All right. Well, CETX showing up on the reversal scan. Boy, look at that pullback though, from the high in the pre-market 620 all the way back down to 320, basically cut in half. Did I say pullback scan? I meant the trend reversal scan. So what I'm really looking for in this company ETF, if I get one in the trend reversals, is more of a major stock. Okay, a major stock that has had that, like we saw the yesterday, like the Mats and things like that. How is AMA doing today? Actually, it was a great short yesterday, and it's this was the reversal. Again, this is the ETF, the company ETF. Well, I didn't take it. Guess I should have. Look at the CETX now, guys. But probably quick though. If you took it, daily trend reversal 345. Probably a quick one. I wouldn't. We got up to 4. Well, guys, this is going to be long. Excuse me, longer than a 5-minute halt for S dot. It's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So if that's the case, it's going to open at 9:40 plus 38 seconds. If it's going to be a 10-minute halt. Okay, SDOT was a 10-minute halt. And let's see what happened on the open. And there we go. There we go. 102. Got up to, what did it get up to? Look at that, though. Got up to 106 and came right back down to 93. I'm surprised it's not halted right now. Yeah, that's what I thought it would be halted down. Well, not halted down yet. Untradeable, though, right now. Untradeable. Look at the spread 93, 95, 96, right back over 100. For entertainment purposes only. I mean, this is just, it's ridiculous. The restaurant chain business operates through following segments: muscle maker, grill, restaurant. All right. Well, market is ripping ahead here, guys. Yeah. So the opening 5, what time is it now? 9:42. So this is the third 5-minute bar. So the market is ripping ahead right now. Now METU is the long for Meta. So Meta must be down at least 2.5%. The stock itself must be down at least 2.5%. All right, what's happening with Meta? I just want to take one quick look at Meta. I know it's down, but I don't want to see. Is there any specific news on it? Probably not. Uh, all right. Well, I said I would do it, so I'm going to do it. Short leash, though. I'm shorting this METU. Okay, shorting the METU. Again, this is a two-time long for Meta. Well, Alcoa just took out 50, guys. Alcoa just took out 50. I did not take this one from the reversal scan. You can see what it does. It looks at stocks, and if the stock was down the day before and up today, there are certain percentages that have to happen and other filters. But that's what this scan is looking for. That's what the daily reversal scan is looking for. That's the end of CWD, I guess. It just got resumed on the way down. Well, it's holding, trying to hold the VWAP. Now, FBL, isn't that another? Well, both Facebook and Meta. I'm sorry. Forget what I just said there, guys. So this is another ETF, but it's not as liquid, I don't think, as the METU. Right. I did it. I stuck to my plan. I said I would take these ETFs for big companies. So there it was, 2255 on the short for METU. Same thing for the FBL, but I actually didn't see it. But they're both triggered at the same time. They're both two-time ETFs. Boy, I mean, and this is moving against the market too. I mean, the market is ripping higher here. The SPY is anyway. And the Dow's up a lot. So Meta's not having a good day. Okay, now I mean, there's still room. I'm taking some off here though. I'm covering some of this short. You don't have to do the same thing, but boy, oh, here's another one. I think Met D. What is this one? Met D. No, this is not a. Is this? I don't know what it's for though. I don't know what stock it is looking at. Oh, Meta. Oh, it's another another Meta. Okay. So I could have bought this one had I seen this one earlier, but the volume is not that great. Spread is good though. So this is a one-time short of Meta. Okay. If you're out there and not understanding what I'm talking about, just let me know. Okay. Now, I did not take the SMCX. Again, I'm more interested in seeing more major stocks with the company ETFs. I'm not. I don't have the same feel for these nukes. Or well, this is not a nuke, but it's the SMCI. Let me take a look at SMCI. Is there any news on it? We are cooperating with Taiwan. We're not under investigation, according to them. Okay. What Supermicro said about the chip smuggling inquiry that is lifting the stock. Okay. Yeah, Grumpy, there's no way to send private messages to other traders or to other people in the room. And the reason being is that I would have no control over that, about what people are saying. People could spam or worse. So that's why. And, I actually asked that when we got this room. I asked the developer, and he said he recommends highly that you don't allow that. All right, now a CCTG just showed up also. Obviously not a company ETF. The high is 126. There's a little bit of room. Not and it just got halted. It just got halted. Just waiting on the METU to see if it has any more. I mean, it got close to 22. Now here's another one, guys. Not a company ETF, but this had a bad day yesterday. I think was it an earnings play? SSTK. I don't think it was an earnings play. Can't remember. It was down for some reason. I cannot remember why. Ah, that's right. They were going to be merging with Getty, and Getty called it off. So that caused the tanking of the stock. So it's above yesterday's high now, though. Yeah, boy, this was a good one that I did not take from the reversal scan. 10x, really good one. Didn't take it. Remember, guys, I'm sharing these scans. All the scan. What time is it now? 9:52. So if you hang around for another 8 minutes or so, I'm going to show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. And also, finally, that promo code is working today. Okay. As you're talking about Tesla. Yeah, so this could have been on the reversal scan in terms of I don't know, but the problem is it had to close at least 5% higher yesterday. The close had to be 5%, at least 5% from the previous day. It probably wasn't. And then an ETF for Tesla may have shown up, but I guess it was not up 5%. Pretty tough for that to be up 5%, I guess. Now, reversal scans are probably going to, on the upside, are probably going to work pretty well today just because of what the market's doing. So, a stock that was down, and now it's reversing. The only thing I would say about that is that, some of these stocks were down for a reason, like SSTK. That was a, big collapse. So, I mean, the reason is still there. Ooh, I missed this one from our AI. Oh man, lot of room. Too bad. 960, the next high, looking left. 960 looking left on the weekly chart anyway. Come on, Meta, or met you. Sorry, met you. Glad to have met you this morning. METU. Put a price alert down here. See if I can induce it down a little bit more. So Meta, the stock now is down about 3.5%. Oh, not quite. Yeah, Moderna has been on an absolute roll, guys. Look at this weekly chart. So what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Call it 5 weeks now. We'll call this the end of the week. This was $43 5 weeks ago as a low. Call it $44. Almost, not quite doubling. Not quite. How's Pfizer doing? PFE could be similar. Actually, it is not similar at all. Not at all. Completely. Yeah, completely. The almost the opposite of Moderna. IPW is on the move, but I don't like it because when I look left, I see all these little areas that could stall. Could stall. That's the IPW. And is it halted? Really? I don't think it's. I don't see that it's halted. Why do you say that? It's not halted. I mean, it might get halted, but it's not halted now. Oh man, 10x. Oh wow, that was the one from that scan for sure. 10x. All the room it had. Okay, guys. So how I'm seeing these stocks, these like a TMC and all the other some the Moderna. This is from the bouncers toppers. Okay, so in theory, what it's looking for are stocks that are maybe overbought, but boy, they're so strong still. Okay, I mean straight up. So maybe overbought. There's the Moderna right there. Maybe overbought, but you first in terms of shorting it. And I don't think there's one. So if it's an orange, that is a stock that is, in theory, maybe a little overbought. And if it's in blue, a theory that might be, or a stock that might be oversold. Let's take a look at the APLD. Yeah. So, I mean, but, certainly being helped with the market. Well, just how I explained it, stocks that are in theory I mean, with filters in place, of course, looking for stocks that are in theory maybe overbought and or oversold. There's two potential toppers, potential bouncers. Okay, so if you look at if I break one of them out, just to take a look at the configuration. So potential topper. So these are stocks. So you'll get an alert if it makes a new high or a 5-minute low. But this is what's, I mean, I have a price range and a minimum shares, but stock was up at least 5 candles in a row, 5 minute, has to be above the VWAP. RSI has to be at least 78. So in theory, that's what a lot of people would think. Wow, overbought stocks. Okay, opportunity to maybe take a look at a short, and the bouncers are just the reverse. Stocks that were down 5 candles in a row, etc., below the VWAP, and I think our RSI of no more than 22. All right, guys. Yeah, IPW. Wow, that really they got up to 295 and then it pulled back. These are quick hitters, guys. Well, if there were, the bouncers would be blue. Okay, but with the market doing what it's doing, we're not getting too many stocks that are like moving down today and then trying to bounce. Okay, I'm going to go over my homepage right now, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. All right, so we do this code is alive today, okay? I made a mistake. I thought it was alive yesterday, but it is alive today. So 30%. So it's two promo codes you can use if you're willing to take a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. Otherwise, if you want to take out either the two monthlies or the standard annual, you get 25% off. So remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, you can get 25% off the first month only. Okay, first month only. So if any questions about these codes, just let me know. All I do ask though, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. Obviously, it changes from time to time. This is a I guess call it a 4th of July special. Why use my code? Because I'm moderating two rooms, the YouTube room and the main trading room. And the company tracks the use of the promo code. So they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms completely free. It's really that simple. And if you keep scrolling down, if you've clicked on my homepage link, keep scrolling down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And so if you click on my homepage link and you're wondering about, well, first of all, if you're just taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, click on the education section, click on the more info and getting started with trade ideas. Okay. 12 short videos to get you started. This is mandatory if you're taking out a subscription. But this is what I would do before I would, if you're wondering about taking out a subscription, you should know a little bit about the product. Makes sense, right? So start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you should give you an idea about whether or not it's the right program for you, at least to try it. You can always try this for a month. You don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. But that's what I would do anyway. I wouldn't dive into something I don't know anything about. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. Okay. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link right here, view the scans. So these are two races that I'm sharing. The large cap race is right here. The more volatile race is right here. The halts resumes is down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market acts up and down. And this is the other one, the daily trend reversals that I do have up and running. Okay. The bouncers toppers I don't have on my homepage, but might get him to add it. I used to have it. Might get him to add it. But if you want it, just let me know. So any questions about any of the scans? I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running though. Now I wonder if I am going to regret not taking that SMCX. Okay. The alert came at 8:55. This is the don't repeat version of, so if you load this from my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Okay, something like this. You're going to see, so when the stock keeps making new highs or new lows, you're going to see the stock over and over again. Okay. I have that up and running, but I also have this one, the DR standing for don't repeat, because what I want to do is I want to see, okay, what was the time and the price of the first time we got the alert for the stock? What did it do from there? Maybe it still hasn't moved much, as an example. But I can see here's the Met U 2255, almost got down to the 22. I can give it to you. How do you get the bouncers scan? I can give it to you. So that was a question in our YouTube room, but I'll put it in the main room too. Okay. This is the bouncer scan. I'll put it in the general market talk. Now, again, a word about if you load my anything, okay, from my homepage, especially, well, not especially, but the races. But if you load this scan from my homepage, you're not going to see you're not going to see everything that happened. I mean, I loaded this. I'm surprised this was working in the pre-market, but you're going to see only the last one. Okay, so right now it's 10:06 Eastern time, and that's when your scan will start delivering. You're not going to see everything that happened before that. Same with the race, okay? If you take one of my races and load it, and you might say, well, what am I doing wrong? I'm not getting that top 10 list. And that's because your top 10 list will be developed from the time you load the race. So speaking of the races, I don't know if I'm gonna unless somebody wants me to go over in detail what the races are all about, I'm not gonna do it today, but if you want me to go over it, but I think it's a great idea because, it actually, gives you a top 10 list. This race will eventually develop a top 10 list also of stocks you can follow all day long. Automatically does it for you. Now, I've concentrated so much on company ETFs that I haven't really the only one there's only been 2. There've been, I guess, more, but for Meta, there's been Meta and then this one, SMCX. I don't think there's been another company ETF. And again, you can see exactly what it does. It looks at stocks that were down yesterday, at least 5%, okay? At least 5% on the close. And then they are up today. They have to be up at least 1%. Virtually, they're all going to be like that. Also above yesterday's high and a certain relative volume and a certain minimum volume too. Okay. I don't love this one because, I would have loved it a little bit more at 897. I never would have taken it at 897 anyway. I would have waited for a 9 breaks or right now. But when you look left, 926, for me, that's just too close. If the next high had been up here, at 11, I'd be all over this one right now. But no, no, just because there's a high looking left right there doesn't mean it's going to stop there. But that's just the way I trade. Okay, now what happened here, Matt? Wow, right. Still have some guys. I mean, I just waiting to see if we can take out that. It's at the low right now. I think of the day. So it hit that little price target I put down, not price target, price alert that I put down there. Notice how what happens. That's how I think you should use the price alerts window. Do not have it up and dominating your screen. I mean, I have screen space. That's not an issue. But I think it's way, way better to set the price alert and then minimize the window. And then when you get a price alert, it's going to pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. So there's no point in having it dominate, like having even if you have screen space. There's no, in my opinion, no point in having it up and running. What's up? It's up and running, even if you minimize it. But you don't have to have it taking up any screen space because I think it's way better to minimize it and then it'll pop up on your screen. You can also put a price alert or you can put a sound alert on it also. And why would I do that? If it's going to pop up on my screen, the reason being is that I have a wireless headset. So sometimes I do wander away from my computer. So if any of the sound alerts that I hear, I can come racing back and seeing, well, what is generating that sound or that alert. Yeah, yeah, the entire window pops up. Well, I mean, yes. I mean, you sort on the trigger time, okay? You sort on the trigger time, so you're gonna see the last one right at the top. So, I mean, when you say does the entire window, I mean, you could obviously minimize it like that if you wanted, but is that what you mean, though? I mean, you can have it as big or small as you want. and then you just minimize it again. Boy, there have been some awesome other alerts from that scan, guys. The reversal scan. No, a lot of them don't. No, don't think though that these ones coming from the reversal scan they're going to be reversed all day long. Especially these cheaper ones. I mean, there's a reason why they were down yesterday. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Back again. Okay. Sorry. Now today is Thursday, so maybe Steve Gomez taking over for me in our YouTube room today at around noon Eastern. ILLR got halted on the way up. Okay, well, this is always an interesting one. Had a big week last week. Started down here at 70 cents, got as high as 555. The high yesterday, so it's got a ton of, well, it's got room. Let's see what's going to happen. But there's the halt price, 290. Here's the potential. Oh, well, okay, it just flashed up. It said 267, but it is now flashed back up to 290. Again, these prices don't have to maintain. Of course, it'll fluctuate over the 5 minute halt. If it's a 5 minute halt, typically they are 5 minute halts. Well, I hate to say it, you're on a Mac. You're There's no download for a Mac, unfortunately. And this is a PC-based product. Hopefully, when you did you just sign up today? Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm happy. Well, it's a PC-based product. On the download page, it should have said somewhere this is a PC-based product. It maybe wasn't big and bold enough because to take full, we don't support the web-based version anymore. There is a web-based version, but we don't support it at all. So I was just going to say that. I mean, if you're willing to, like what Chief is saying, you can use an emulation program like Parallels. That's what many of the Mac users do. You can always get your money back. Okay, just let them know if you don't, because it's a PC based product. So you see where it says here I mean, here's the download, okay? Are you a Mac user? Okay, and that's so you maybe you didn't see this, okay? Maybe you didn't see this, but it's our Windows-based application. Are you a Mac user? But you can always get your money back, okay? If you how do you do what? You mean get your money back? Okay, easiest thing to do. I don't know where it is on like how to, but the problem is you've already subscribed, okay? But they're not going to. Believe me, if you just did it. So just go to info, trade. Oops, give me a moment. Trade hyphen ideas.com. Okay. Give them the email address you use to sign up, and just say, hey, I didn't realize it was just for it's a PC based product. I got a Mac. Give me my money back. Okay, seriously. They'll get. Don't worry. They'll do it. Okay. If you just signed up. Come on, Matt. You take out 22. Make it an all day hold for me. But I'm assuming, I mean, again, it's not like a big bull, but I'm assuming you did not click on that where it said, "Are you a Mac user?" Yeah, if I wanted to reword that, I say, if you are a Mac user, do not take the subscription unless you are willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or, as I said, AWS or something like that. Do not do not subscribe. But anyway, no harm. You'll get your money back. Okay. All right, guys. Well, you could always go out and buy a cheap PC. You don't need like I mean, but, that's up to you. All right. Well, let me, as I'm waiting to see if Met you can crack 22, I'm just going to look at this one. 900. Really? Oh, I see. Did they do a reverse split? Yeah, reverse split, probably effective today. So this is really not up 932%. So glad I did not hop on that SMCX. Look at Xerox. Look at Xerox. Maybe it doesn't have this. I mean, I Xerox, guys. Basically a penny stock, Xerox, XRX. It's coming on the potential bouncers, but boy, oh boy. I mean, there's your low down here, 234 on the weekly. I don't know if there's anything happening. Well done, Grumpy. All right, guys. Let's see. I'm gonna find anything else that would be interesting to well, me or you. Well, that must be making you happy, William. SMCI, yes, it had a pop, but dropping now must make you very happy. I guess I could have turned around and shorted that one, but the SMCX. Boy, here's an excuse me, another one. I now don't think I liked it for some reason. The VRXA coming from that reversal scan. So there's a high 220. There's a high at 240. Yeah, I looked left and I thought, you know what? There might be just too much resistance or potential resistance. See, there's a high of 280. Had that been the next high, looking left, when I got that alert at 222, I would have been way more interested in it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Oops. Yeah, a little easier to see here. So there's a well, that's a high of 390. There's a high of 280. Had that been the next high looking left, when I got that alert at 222, I would have been way more interested in it. So what is the market doing? What is the SPY doing? So the SPY's had that nice run, little consolidation, but now starting to move down a bit and challenging the VWAP right there, that purple line. That is the VWAP. So are we in for a mini sell-off now as it is cracking underneath the VWAP? Qs are down, Dow's up. So there's a little disconnect, certainly between the Qs and the Dow. How do you get rid of the waves from the chart? You just go up here to the indicator icon. You can see what I'm pointing at right beside the anchor. This is a question from our YouTube room. So if you can see what I'm pointing at, there's an anchor. Right to the left of it is the indicators icon, and TI wave is there. If you click on it, it's just a toggle on and off. So if I click on it, wave disappears. Click on it again, and the wave appears. So that's Okay. Did you get that? Just let me know. Maybe I went too quickly or didn't see. All right. METU underneath 22 now. Boy, this is one trade. Look at Meta. Wow. Okay, is this on? Did that make sense to you what I did? How to well, and for those, who are also wanting the wave, that's how you do it. So this now had this alert happened earlier, I may have taken this as a long. This is the short ETF for Meta, but the alert, had it happened down here, but it did not happen at 1620 where it actually happened was at 1650. And if you're wondering, well, why would it happen earlier? Filters weren't met. I know why. Tell you exactly why. It had to take out the high of yesterday's bar, which was at 1650. That's why. It's one of the that is one of the filters. Position in the previous day's range has to be above the high of yesterday in that particular scan, in the trend reversal scan. And you can see why met you triggered right there. This is just the reverse. We got down below the low of yesterday's bar, which is 22, like 2250 or 55 actually. So that's why we got the alert here at 2255 on a short. All right, now I don't have that much left. Okay, it got down to 2191, and I was hoping it would keep moving down, but the minute it challenged 22 again, I'm I took most of the short off. Okay, most of it off. I still have some left just in case it cracks that 22 again. The wave is still orange, but it's fattening up. I'd like to see a more narrow wave, but it is sort of fattening up a bit. Okay, guys, I'm just going to confirm that Steve will take over for me in about an hour and a half in our YouTube room. Hey guys, remember this is both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also wow. I wish I'd shorted that now. That SMCX. Um, but they're also a support room. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. Don't think. I think probably the main reason people don't ask more questions is they think they're interrupting me. And also, don't think a question is stupid. Okay, seriously, we all started out trading at some point in time, and the platform, can be a little overwhelming. We try to do that. What we try to do in the getting started is to cover all the key elements, but there are certain things that can frustrate you, and just ask the question. I probably, if it's about the platform, I can probably answer it, but if I can't, I can direct you to the people who can. Wow, so it's taking out 400 now, Tesla. Way wow. So not only did it do that, I mean, it struggled for a while. It got over the 200-day moving average 2 days ago. It did close above the 200-day moving average. It closed above it again. That's not a good. That's not a good. No, let's see if I. I just want to continue. I hope this doesn't boot me out. It might. Nope. Okay. I wish. I wish there had been an ETF for this one. That triggered for me. I know there are ETFs for Tesla. I understand that, but it didn't trigger. I guess the main reason probably is that it wasn't up 5% yesterday. Pretty tough to do, 2.6 billion in the float to be up 5%. Well, shoot, I didn't. For some reason, I did not take a look at this short opportunity from the AI. RAI 660 was the entry. For some reason, I thought there would be no shorts available. Tons of shorts available. 1.91 million at Interactive Brokers. That's a pretty good one from our AI. And the ART was good for a while. I mean, we had the alert at 790 before it pulled back. It got up to 829. That's why people ask, well, what's the stats on how good is the well? If you had taken this at around the 790 mark and it goes up to 830, and then you just let it get back to the original entry, and then you allow yourself to get stopped out, well, that's not good trading, right? At the very least, take some profit. Well, I can't help you there, Richard, regarding TradingView. I can't help you there. But I thought TradingView had something within it, but I cannot help you there. I don't have TradingView, and Hey guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. But Richard, what I would do is just, whatever your favorite chat GPT is, I use Gemini, but whatever you use, just ask the question. Okay. Just ask that very question, and I'm sure you're going to get an answer. Okay. How ugly is this one now? This JEM. I mean, yesterday, what did it get up to? 1124. We're at, this was not true. I keep saying that it's not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers, but it is. But my guess is that they won't. This is probably one of those ones that you can't trade at Interactive Brokers, not because they're no, but they just don't let you trade it at all. Monica, my go-to person on that. Do you ever try to trade JEM at Interactive Brokers? Is it one of those they won't let you trade? So even though there are shorts available, in theory, all right, guys. Well, things have really settled down for me here. I mean, I'm not getting any new sound alerts. So you know what? I mean, as we're getting closer, we still have a ways to go to the end of at 4 o'clock, of course. But I have a feeling that we're really going to start drying up on the volume and things happening as we approach. Remember, tomorrow the market is closed and market is closed. So my guess is that a lot of people are taking off a little early. Look at S dot now. Wow. Hopefully, the nonsense is over completely. So what did it get up to? It got up to $106 and basically cut in half now from that high. And the market, last time I looked, remember we were wondering would the VWAP hold it, and it's not holding it. It tried, came back up into the VWAP, but now we're getting a sell-off in the market. So what that means is we might start getting some interesting potential shorts in the bouncers toppers. Stocks that are kind of following what the market's doing. Not this one yet, anyway. So right now, bouncers would be a little suspect as the market is dropping somewhat. Okay, that's my opinion anyway. Just looking to see if there's any news on this RP. I mean, it's an all-time high. It's an all-time high. RPRX. Here's another. Are you going to try to play a bounce on Carnival? Next low looking left is 2705. So there's still room for it to run down. All right, confirmation that it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room taking over for me in about an hour and 15 minutes. Well, William, I hope you shorted it as SMCI. It's actually gone negative now. So since this ETF started for SMCI, this is basically a lifetime low. Now, SMCI, the stock, I don't think it's anywhere near a lifetime low. Just give me one moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. So, Richard, in our YouTube room, did you try that? Did you try asking ChatGPT or whatever you like to use to find out a broker that you can use with TradingView? All right. Well, I said I have some left. I don't have a lot left, but I still have some left. And for the Met U on the short of it. And let's see now the next low. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's going to get down to 1944, but that is the next low for this two-time ETF for Meta. And with the market moving down, probably not hurting the shorts of some of these large cap stocks. Speaking of large cap stocks, so as the market is starting to move, well, I mean, look, it's not tanking or anything, but the longer it holds underneath the VWAP, though, we might see some more weakness. So let's take a look at some of these large cap stocks. So these stocks right here, these why they're interesting when the market is starting to move down, especially on big negative days, though. Large cap gainers, because these stocks would be running completely counter to the market. Let's see some of the ones that have won races before, VOR. So VOR had to pull back. Where is the VWAP for this? Don't tell me I don't have it. Okay, the VWAP must be way down for VOR. Oh, there it is. Just oh, I see. It's embedded in here. Hard to see it. Just at the VWAP though, 2102, 2102, 2109 or so is the VWAP. So it's right there. So you can see what happened. It dropped, got down below the VWAP, 2056. It came into the VWAP again. Is the VWAP going to stall it again? And maybe now we'll have there are a lot of shorts available for me. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of stocks now doing this. Now, these stocks right here, they are still near the high of the day. Okay. Here's the figs, for whatever reason, is moving. This is this healthcare stock. I remember trading this one as around $23. Yeah, that week right there, that was a nice. I think I did it, or maybe it was back here. I remember trading this one about three times in 1 week. ACHC. Speaking of that, let's take a look at the sectors now. Okay, now that we're a little more into the day, so I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock Channel Bar, not Channel Bar, Dock to Channel Bar. Okay, I'm going to click on the Show More, and then I'm going to click on the sector status. And now let's take a look at what is happening in some of the individual sectors. Okay, at the beginning of when we looked at this in the pre-market, silver was the top performing sector, still is. Silver still up. Gold was second, but we've got, there's healthcare, XLV. There is healthcare and IBB, a couple of the ETFs for the healthcare sector. Okay. And the worst performing one is look at the semis. Semis were, fine. I mean, they were positive in the pre-market, but since the market's opened, the semis have been drifting down. Okay. So that's at a glance. At a glance, you can check out to see what are the top sectors and what are the worst sectors. XLK, of course, tech. Now, here's where you can dive into some of the sectors and see what the top stock is, what's the worst stock. So, for instance, well, it's not up a lot, but Dollar Tree, okay. But why I'm interested in this is 82% of the stocks that make up XLP are up for the day. That's what that 82% in green means. 17% are down. So here's the best one in terms of the change from the close, 2.6% for Dollar Tree. But let's go down and see what the worst one is. Okay, CPB, the Campbell's Company, but it's now it. What I was hoping to see is some stock that was really getting killed. Not seeing that. Another one, energy. I mean, most of the energy stocks are up. Let's see one that might be down. Yeah, it's only down a little bit. Same thing with healthcare. Moderna. I mean, leading the charge here. I mean, Moderna's up 7.5%. That's a lot. That's a massive move with 363 million in the float. That's a massive move. Okay, and UHS. So the healthcare stocks are doing well. However, again, CVS, it's only down 0.4%. I was hoping to see something that's really down a lot. And you kind of look at that and go, well, wonder why that is running counter to the market. Is there some news? Is it an earnings play? Is there some specific news? But here's how, you can kind of dive into the individual sectors, check out what the top stock is, what the worst stock is, and maybe, find a way to trade them. On the tech, I mean, look, ACN, I mean, 64% are down. ACN, Apple's up. That's a big move for Apple. And I'll bet that Meta, but look at CLAC. Now, yesterday there was an ETF for CLAC that showed up in that scan. But CLAC is down 8%. TER down 8%. I don't know where Meta is. I don't know where. I guess it's not for whatever reason. It's not, or maybe no, it's not outside the price range. So I don't know where Meta shows up. It's not for whatever reason. It's not part of the tech sector. We don't have it in here for some reason. I don't know why. I don't think there's no price range in this. No price range. Anyway, but that's how, some of you might look at this and go, wow, that is a great way to use trade ideas. I'll just go to this channel every single day, check out the top stock, worst stock in a sector, maybe find a way to trade them. You don't have to look at every sector. Maybe you have a couple of favorite sectors you want to follow every day. There's the MU. You're talking about the MU. Again, that is a sector status channel. All these channels that I showed, well, I only looked at the one, but these are all theme-based channels, okay? Theme-based channels. So the most, it's sort of an interesting channel, the most. So you may look at this and go, wow, most new 15-minute highs. That might be an interesting channel. It's the most 15-minute highs. And it's what it's doing. It's a count. It's one of these count filters. And it's telling you there are 15 new 15-minute highs today. Doesn't mean it's making a new one right now, but that's what that count filter is. Biggest gainers this week. Most unusual range today, etc. So if you looked at this and you thought, you know what, I don't want to necessarily stay in this channel, but I would love to see the biggest gainers this week. But I don't want to stay in the channel. So, and this goes for every channel you go into. If you see something that you like, okay, you can always pop it out of the channel. So watch what I'll do. Most up from the open today. Let's try that one, okay? So if I right click on it and duplicate into free floating window. Now, that's what it should say. It might just say duplicate, okay? But it should say duplicate into free floating window. So I'm going to do that. And it popped on one of my other monitors. Okay, here it is. Free floating window. Now, here's how you can customize it to what you want to see. So if I right click now and click on the configure, so the price is at least 2, daily volume 100,000 a day, current volume, etc. But here's how now you can say, well, you know what? I don't want to see anything over $50, so I'm going to cap it at 50. Maybe I'll put my price range at 1. Now, personally, if you're intraday trading, I would get rid of the average volume over 5 days. I would just get rid of it. Because if you're intraday trading, you don't want to limit yourself, because some stock that maybe doesn't trade very much, but all of a sudden it's having a day and it's trading millions of shares. You won't see it, okay? Because it has to be average over the last 5 days, 100,000 shares. That doesn't seem like a lot, but some of these stocks, they just don't, maybe they don't trade very much, but today it's having its day, trading millions of shares. So for me, as an intraday trader, I would never use this, okay? Never use this. Now, you might want to, in the volume today, it says 20,000, maybe up it to 200,000. Get rid of this. This is just an idea. And if you really want to see the active ones, put a relative volume of 2. So now you see how we've changed this. And why I'm showing you this is because let's just do this and let's see how it changes. Okay, now you see how we're getting different symbols here. So here's the CMMB up 22% from the open. It's opening trade of the day. So here's the TSLQ. Must be the short. This must be obviously the short for Tesla as an example. Okay. And here's another little trick on the time frame. If you right click on time frame and you set the record count, it says 4. Now you may want to see more stocks. Let's go to 10. Now it expands. So you could take this now, and as with everything that you do, okay, if you create a scan or you take one from me or you do just what I've done, right click and save or share to cloud, okay? And then save it into your cloud. So it's there for you all the time. Why? Because you might use this for a while, then maybe you get tired of it for some reason, but then maybe a month from now you say, you know what, I want to bring that one back and see and see what sort of stocks it's alerting me to. So as long as it's in your cloud, and that's exactly what I did, for instance, in the trend reversals. I created this one probably, I don't know, 5, 8 years ago. I really don't know. I've had the program since Trade Ideas since 2010. 16 years. It's gone by like, I wouldn't say like a shot, but it's gone by. But anyway, I created this one a long time ago, but I hadn't used it for years. And then I decided to bring it back, and now I love it. Okay, so that's what you can do. And the other reason to do this is because if you stay in the channel and make your changes, the changes will be saved as long as you stay in the channel. The problem is the minute you leave the channel, and then if you came back to it, any change you made will not be saved. And if you're saying, well, that's stupid, well, it's not really. The reason is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact you may want to make a change to something in here is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So the channels are for everybody. So that's why you just pop it out, customize it, and then you don't have to stay in the channel anyway. I mean, you may not be interested in anything else other than maybe a couple of these. And that's what you can do with any one of the channels. Richard, you've piqued my curiosity. I'm just wondering if you're still in the YouTube room. Did you try to the suggestion I made using some Chat GPT product regarding your question? Just curious if you're still there. All right, guys. Well, again, things have really slowed down here. I'm not getting any new alerts. Not for a while. Well, I guess I just got this one, the MDT. Again, it's running. This is on the bouncers toppers. At some point, will this pop out? I guess, but these are difficult. I mean, I'm not. I'm not very good at trying to predict the top or a bottom for the bounces and toppers, but in fact, I was using this more to see if a stock had a little pullback and then the continuation. So more to trade it in the way it's going, as opposed to trying to figure out a way to short a top. Come on, Matt, you. Every time I see every time in this scan I see Met D, I know Met U is going down. Now, did Moderna finally top out mRNA? Yes. So that would have been an awesome one. Okay, from the bouncers toppers, an awesome one. There was a let's see. Well, we had the alert at 81.19 on the top. Okay, 81.19, and it got up to 81.40, 81.43. But you see what happened. We had several. We had an alert here to 78.29, 78.99, 79.49. So you're watching it as it's moving higher and higher. 81.19 was the last one. Okay, for Moderna, and so if I had seen that, I probably what I would have done is said, okay, here's a red bar. Is it really going to start moving down? And maybe take that short underneath 80. So yeah, you're giving up a little bit, but that would have meant, of course, concentrating on Moderna a lot more than I did. Now look at the market. Now the market has actually gone SPY. Well, when I say the market, the SPY has actually gone a little negative. So stocks like Moderna, you would think like, they're moving with the market. Well, let's take a look at Unilever right here, UL. I mean, it is not moving with the market yet. Oh, right, look at it. Okay, it met you now is looks like it's going to. I don't have that much left, unfortunately, but I still have enough that it's fun to watch it go down. Amy to you. So yeah, keep an eye on this Unilever. I mean, it is moving, and it's coming right in that red line. What does that red line mean? That means, well, right here in this month, in March of this year, in that month, there is a daily high, and that's what that red line is showing you. There's a daily high at 62.29. So will that stall it? Boy, I mean, guys, I mean, how much further can this go when the market is doing this? Boy, oh boy. I mean, this looks really, really. I mean, it's coming into that daily high, and the market. I mean, doing this. I mean, market's doing this. You would think that eventually, I'm not saying Unilever is going to do this, but it'll finally start to drop somewhat. The only thing that's preventing me from just hopping on it right now is that when you look at the monthly chart, it's got a ton of room still, $72, $10. But I just find it hard to believe that in the face of what the market is doing right now, that Unilever is not going to have a bit of a drop in Unilever, as in UL, okay? And the same thing for BSX. I mean, BSX is looking the same as Unilever, not the same sector, of course, but the same idea. And in fact, almost exactly the same idea. There's a red line right there. And it looks like that high last week, a daily high, is just over 45. This actually is I'm a little more interested in this one because, it might struggle to get through that whole number. But it's not easy. You're trying to figure out tops and bottoms. It's not easy. Now, the only thing is this is in well, the overall healthcare sector. And of course, healthcare was strong. But you know what? I'm trying it. Okay, I'm trying this short here. If it gets back up over 45, I'm out. So it's going to be. I'm going to know very very quickly if this is going to work for me. The BSX. The stocks that so the question in our YouTube room. It's just stocks that in theory are overbought and stocks that are in theory oversold. In theory. So I'm using RSI. Yeah. So I might get booted out of this. I'm going to keep watching this one later on. I mean, this is just, yeah, okay. I took myself out, guys. I took myself out of it. I was hoping it would get down into the 70s quickly. So if you look at the toppers as an example, okay, so there's the BSX, okay, so this is potential topper. So this is the configuration I'm using. It's just showing stocks that, in theory are overbought. So this is the key one. Stock is up at least 5 candles in a row above the VWAP. RSI is at least 78. So with these three, it's sort of identifying stocks that in theory could be overbought. Okay. And then if you look The reverse is true on the bouncers, which is in blue. Potential bouncers. It's just the flip of it. You can see we have a nice little flip. So what can be flipped will be flipped. So instead of up 5 candles in a row, it's down below the VWAP, and the RSI is no more than 22. Okay. So in theory, stocks that are oversold. In theory. So that's what it's looking for. Still interested in this one, the BSX, because there is the next high looking left, 40 around, trying to eyeball it. Looks around 45.15. That's on a daily chart. So the way I play these, though, I mean, they're either going to work pretty quickly or not. I mean, I'm not hanging around. Now, what did the Unilever do? I sort of love that was the other one I was looking at. See, the Unilever is still strong, still strong. I mean, it doesn't care what the market is doing at all. The market's a little pop here, back to mildly positive, but Unilever just doesn't care what the market is doing. At some point today, I'm sure this is going to be an awesome short. But the problem is when and where, what price. Do I think we're seeing an adjustment in growth stocks? I don't know. I mean, right now, I mean, there's a disconnect right now. You see the so-called value stocks are popping, but the semi, I mean, look, the tech, the semis have been very erratic. Just take a look at a weekly chart for it. I mean, there's definitely weakness in the semis. Now, is it huge weakness? No, but there is certainly weakness. There's two red candles right there, red bars right there. And tech, XLK, probably sort of the same. Yeah. Well, I'm not a macro guy, Prez. I mean, people who really, really like to examine the markets in the macro sense, they'll have a different idea, perhaps. But I mean, SMH. I mean, these are two weekly lows, but I mean, if you look at it overall, I mean, look at a monthly chart. I mean, it's still. It's not like the semis have collapsed or anything. But I don't really look at the macro end of things in the market. Oh, William, this will make you happy. SOC moving down. If you go to when I take my break at noon, 12 between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez will take over for me in the YouTube room, and he's way more into looking at overall market trends and things like that. I'm not. I mean, here you got some really interesting ones that are just flying in the face of the market. I mean, when I say in the face of the market, not like the market's collapsed or anything, but the market's been weak ever since, call it 10:15. Weak. It's been weakening since 10:15. So about an hour. But look at these stocks. I mean, they're just they don't care what the market's doing, and it's a good sector. You're like, oops. Well, this is the one I really missed. I mean, this is a pretty good one from our AI guys. A short of GDYN at 660. We're talking $6 now. If you had shorted this up here, I would have probably taken some off right here around the 630 mark as it was starting to penetrate into the wave. I would not have taken everything off and then just keep riding the wave down. At some point we're gonna see a big red bar in Unilever, but when? That's a nice. I mean, it's only up 2.5%, but look at the steady move from six. Just beautiful steady move. It's a big float, 2 billion in the float. Again, I'm watching BSX as it's maybe struggling to get through. I mean, what did it get to today? It got literally to 45.05, and it looks like that high right there is 45.22. A couple of daily highs right at that, 45.22, 45.28. So I mean, this little daily, this could be really trying to block it. Now, I'm not, here's another. Well, here's one, a potential bounce play, but I mean, I would not be playing bounces right now. You may get a bounce in some of these, but I don't think they're going to be. I think they're going to be short lived. I'm talking about the AEHR. The next low looking left on a weekly chart is 68. I mean, there's a ton of room. Yeah, I mean, 68, $69, call it. So you've got a lot of room to that next low on the weekly chart. I mean, I had a tremendous 3 months, and now we're starting to fade here off the high here, 126 last month high. And again, all these ones right here that you're seeing in this list of stocks, these are stocks that are near the high of the day, and they're not caring what the market's doing. You guys are still talking Tesla, TSLA. So you're looking for a bounce. You want to see 397, which will get you in. Why wouldn't you? Okay, I'm just wondering why you wouldn't wait for 400, just out of curiosity. Or you would go 397 and yeah, the VWAP is up here around 407 for Tesla. Bolibeli, where are you out of? Indonesia, okay. Holding company engaging in global goods trading. Pretty low float, 6 million in the float for PLBL. And let's take a look at the next high on a monthly chart. The next high is around 1124. So on a monthly chart, anyway, there is some room. Red is not great though, 1015, 1030. Well, guys, I mean, I wish if I mean, look at this one. NVCR, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 18, a little over 18. We're a little over 17, so $1 to that next high. It's been just a great. I don't know if there's any news on it. There was news yesterday. Novocure's cancer treatment device option tax gets a European approval. That was yesterday. What did I do yesterday? Hey, I had a nice, not a bad day yesterday. So this is kind of a continuation play off the good news it had yesterday that it announced, and that is for the NVCR. This is interesting to me, hanging just over the whole number, 1711, 1715 bid ask. Not a ton of volume. That's the only issue. It's only trading slightly above normal, 1.15. So it just may not be dynamic enough, even though there's a lot of nice room for it to run. It just might not be dynamic enough. Another one that I'm sure is just ripping, yeah, Mosaic or Altria, and I'd love to short them. Cigarettes. Okay, guys, I've got about a half an hour left before Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas takes over for me. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week that come out that you can sign up for. They're free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Let me just show you how you can do that if you want to. It's easy to come up with one stock and call it the trade of the week. So again, on my homepage, if you just scroll down a little bit more, and here it is. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. Again, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You're asking me if I took it, that means it's probably dropped. I did not take it. Ah, yeah, I could have kept watching it. I mean, it's dropped a little bit, only 20 cents. I'm more interested in the BSX just because it's still it's still struggling around that whole number. I think if I'm going to put it, in fact, I'll put a price alert right around here, 44.88. I want to see if it takes out that whole number. Is there a graph or a chart? You mean like SB, like the SPY as an example? You mean like a chart? Well, you can, okay. What you can do, I don't do it, but what you can do, when you say all of them, I mean, you can put five that you like to follow. So if you want to follow the Qs and IWM, things like that. So here's what you can do. So I'm going to select the chart style comparisons. So you can put five that you want. So if I put the Qs, okay, okay. So here, so this is I don't know what I've done now, but so you can put five of them on if you want. And of course, you can change the time frame. You want to put it on a daily chart, but yeah. So you see what it now. I don't know if you have to be using the browser interface. Let's see. Nope. You just go to select chart style, go to the comparisons, and boom, you can do it with stocks too. I mean, if you want to do a compare Tesla and Meta, and now how do I get rid of that? I bet you Pepe knows. Oh, that's how. Okay. So it automatically creates a line chart. So we have to go back and all right, guys. Well, I may wear myself out just watching this BSX, but I mean, it's getting closer to that high, these highs right there. In fact, instead of doing that, let me just put a price alert right below it and see if it gets closer to it. I mean, it may stall it. If it doesn't stall it, I mean, then the next highs are around 45.74. All right, now this just showed up on this in the scan. This is not a company ETF. I don't love the spread. There are a lot of shares available for me to short ESI, but I don't love the spread too much. I mean, 20-cent spread, $13 stock. I don't love the spread. Otherwise, I would have perhaps taken that. You've got lots of room. 1287 is the next low looking left. There's the 200-day moving average, but I don't like the spread. So again, just because the stock shows up in this, my favorite scan now, just hop on it. Does BSX have any specific news for it? I mean, this is just super strong. I don't see any news on it. Has earnings coming up at the end of the month. So I'm still in the METU short, guys. There's no reason for me to get out of it yet. And if it gets back up to the 22 level, I don't have very much left, but I'm kind of holding out just in case it has another drop. It's got a lot of room. I'm looking at, again, this is the two-time ETF on the long side. I've shorted it though. Just give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay, this just got halted, guys. Or just resumed. UBXG just got halted, resumed. It was halted on the way down, obviously. Okay, guys. So UBXG, wow, I guess it was halted now on the way up. Okay, I think it got halted on the way down, but is now halted on the way up. Okay, BSX. Now, listen, I am going to be taking a break pretty soon, less than half an hour, about 20 minutes from now. So I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to short this one, I don't necessarily want to hold it while I'm on my break. Plus, the market now is sort of putting a little bit of a rebound. All right. Well, could be a real quick scalp short though, guys. Yeah, it's so tricky. Right where I shorted it right now. If it does the same thing, if it gets back to 45, I'm out and and then I'm just gonna forget about it. Maybe look at it in the afternoon, but Just waiting on it, guys. There he goes. Touches 45 again, so I'm gone. A big bottoming tail right there. So yeah, I'm just going to forget about it then. And I've covered all my Met short now, guys. Again, I'll be taking a break pretty soon, so I've covered all my Met short. It's approaching 22 again, so I'm out of everything. Give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'm glad I didn't try to short that PESI, PESI. Definitely glad I did not try to short it. The spread kept me out, and that's a good thing. Spread is still 20 cents. It's popped. Let's slide here. SLDE just over the whole number. It is, can't see where the net, well, you got to go to a monthly chart to see where the next high is. 2166 is the next high on a monthly chart. That's back in July of last year. So about a year ago, approaching those highs. Boy, there's some stocks that have just been selling off all day long. Another Verizon. Take a look at XLC. That's a communications ETF. And yeah, look at communications. So Verizon is probably a big component of XLC, but my guess is that they're all doing that. AT&T. I mean, look at this one, guys. I mean, we looked at this right here. Yeah, a minor bounce, but AEHR now underneath the whole number of 73. I mean, I'm more inclined now looking at these bouncers, toppers to try to trade them in the same direction, looking for the little looking for the little bounce that fails and then getting into the short as an example for that one. Is finding it way too hard to try to predict a like big bounces or big tops. Did Tesla really hit the VWAP? Well, I have Tesla up here at 406. When you say it's just hitting the VWAP, I'm just looking at what you're saying. I mean, we have the VWAP, 406, 408 area. So when you said it's just hitting the VWAP. Well, I guess no, okay, maybe it's semantics, but I mean, you're right. I've got the same 407, etc. But the stock's at 400, so I mean, it's still $7 away. Yeah, I mean, that purple line right excuse me, that purple line right there is using the pre-market data. So that basically coincides with William has. I mean, just eyeballing it, 406.71. So that is what that purple line is. So I'm not when you said it's touching it, I'm not sure what you meant. Oh, just buying it if it hits the VWAP. Okay, just phrase yeah, because he says it's just hitting the VWAP. Okay. And also he says just touching the VWAP. Oh, I see. Okay. Is this where you buy just touching the VWAP? Okay. I apologize. I guess that's what you meant. Make sure that when you're doing when you're setting your price alert, so I'll set a price alert right there for Tesla. Okay. Create the price alert. Make sure that, if it's below that it does, I mean, it should say short. Okay. It should say that. It's possible though when you did it, it said long. So it would trigger because it's saying, well, it's above that price. I can't tell you if that's exactly what happened to you, but so when you right click on it, make sure that you're trying to set a price alert lower than the current price. So when you do that, and the price just make sure it does say short and not long. Okay. It should, in my opinion, it should default to short when it's below, but maybe in that case it just didn't. Let me see here. Yeah, you see it defaulted to long because I was trying to put a price alert above the current price, and it defaulted to long like it's supposed to, but maybe for whatever reason, maybe it just didn't default. to the short. Okay. And I don't ask me why that might have happened. I mean, I just demonstrated. I'll do one more. Let's take the BSX. See, I didn't get stubborn, guys. I could have got really stubborn. And said, it's going to eventually fall. So now, if I put a price alert underneath it, right click, create the price alert, and it defaults to short. That's what is supposed to happen. So what's the stock? Let's see if it'll happen to me too. What is Apple? Okay. Okay, Apple. So let me put a price alert underneath. Okay, 304.36. Create the price alert. There it says short. Save it. Okay. So okay, you said to 290. I mean, I said it. So it certainly didn't happen for me. But even if I set it for 290, wow, 290, that's way down there. But okay. Now the only thing I can think of is when you type it in. But let's see. Can't see it. I mean, there it is. But it didn't happen for me, so I don't know why it was happening for you. Try it again. I mean, I don't. You're doing exactly what I just did. I don't see why. I right click, create the price alert. It's underneath the current price. It defaulted to the short. Well, you said it defaulted to the short, but and yet it's still triggered. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But I'm not saying it's impossible that it didn't happen. But I'm just showing you on my like I'm doing it in front of you, and that's not happening to me. All right, guys, it is now 11:52. So in about a little over 5 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. So for those of you in YouTube, stay there. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. And Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And he takes a more macro view of the market. He'll talk a little bit more about the market overall. I don't do that because he's not an intraday trader. So I mean that's the reason. Boy, that BSX is still strong. Now, what happened with the Unilever? Just out of curiosity, after that pullback, you know what? That was the one. That was the one instead of the BSX. I mean, it's only moved 40 cents. It's not like it's a massive move. So you were looking for to touch 400, and which it did, I guess, and that was your exit. Oh, it's funny. I've never even checked that. So you checked that. Oh, rises. So even though I see it defaulted, I've never even, you know what? I didn't even know that was on. That was an option. It's not, I don't think it's ever been checked for me. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it for sure. Uncheck it, obviously. I've never even seen that as an option. All the years I've been using this. Like you said earlier, you learn something new. I mean, I had no idea that this was even there. Because the obvious thing is that, it's going to default to short if the price is below the current price, or it's going to default to long if it's above the current price. And I didn't even know this existed. Okay, well, I don't know about awesome, but it's interesting that that's even an option there. There's got to be a reason for it. I'd have to look at it again. There's got to be some kind of a reason for it. But all right, guys. Well, I better get my announcement up. Steve is going to show up any moment now. So give me a moment. On a break. There's got to be a reason. There has to be a reason. Okay. I'd have to look at it again to figure out why you would want that. But there's probably a logical reason. But it's never been checked for me. Never. I've been using the price alert window for years and years and years. So I don't know. I don't know why it's okay, guys. YouTube. Okay, so for those of you in our main room right now, if you want to head over to YouTube, not he's not there yet. He meaning Steve Gomez. He's not there yet, but I anticipate he's going to be there any moment now. All right, guys. Look at the Verizon here. VZ. Yeah, I mean a little bit of a bounce, but that's what I'm saying. You're not gonna, in my opinion, for most of them anyway, you're not gonna get big bounces with the market doing this. Of course, the other thing I should have considered is that XLV is strong, and BSX, that's the sector. So, you know, I really, I got very stubborn about it though, and I really shouldn't have. I said it. I should have said to myself, you know what? Why are you trying to short a stock in the strongest in one of the strongest sectors? CLRO. Now, I have not been following this one, and I can tell already that this is probably one I should have been following. Yeah. Well, yes and no. I mean, it had a nice pop. What time is that? That is the pre-market. Big. I do recall this one in the pre-market. The big pop in the pre-market, getting up to about 540, dropping down to 3. Chopping around the VWAP for a while, and then finally taking it out. All right, guys, I heard a little pop. I think that means that Steve Gomez is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Mr. Well, I called Chris Mr. Soccer yesterday, so I don't want to repeat myself, but Mr. Soccer, how about, can I call you Mr. Soccer? You sound like you should be a soccer fan.
I have been watching.
Yeah.
I can't not watch.
How about that Senegal game with Belgium? Can you saw what happened?
Which part remind me? Because I was watching towards the end.
Well, so Senegal's up 2-0 with 4 minutes left.
Yes.
And they get a goal at 86 and 89.
Yeah.
I mean, to tie it, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And then on literally the last play of the game, because it was
the part
penalty.
I saw. That's the only part I saw was the last play of the game.
But really, I mean, the story is tying it with 4 minutes left and down 2 goals. I mean, that's just unheard of.
I have to admit, I've never really been a big soccer fan. I don't follow the Premier League or anything other like that, but I do always follow the World Cup when they come around.
Me too.
And I've been introduced to that Holland Viking kid. Everybody's impressed with him. Everybody loves that guy on and off the field. He's one of the they were showing his speed. He's one of the fastest that you would put in the NFL right now.
Right.
Like the third or fourth fastest person in the NFL. But he's not wearing pads either. So
not wearing pads. Well, Mbappe though is the
fast
that guy,
right? Quick. These guys that are low to the ground, Mbappe and our guy Christian and Messi. When you're low to the ground like that, you can be quick and deadly.
But Messi is not flat out fast. He's quick.
He's smart.
Quick, and smart. But Mbappe is just flat out fast. But anyway, guys, those of you sitting on YouTube wondering, why are we talking soccer? Why not? It's FIFA every 4 years. But okay. Are you probably you don't have a meeting today, do you?
Yeah, we do. Everything's normal today.
All right. Okay. I'll show up at 5:02 then. Okay, Steve. See you later.
All right. How about that Groupon, guys? You heard me talk about that. Have I been in Groupon? No. Unfortunately, I never really participated and I refused to chase it, but it eventually worked. Problem is I kept trying to focus on Wolf. I'm not in it today. I was trying yesterday and sold it and you just gave up on it. So a lot of things are just not following through. I sold maybe 1/3 of the stuff I came in with long today, just to kind of raise some cash for the weekend. But happy end of the week to everybody. As I look down right here, I see like a little sell program coming back in. The NASDAQ is threatening to come back. I hope not, but let's take a look. Threatening to come back and test the 50-day moving average. I got real nervous here beginning of the week. 1, 2, 3, Monday and Friday of last week. We went into the weekend with a test of the 50-day in the NASDAQ. Now we're testing it again, possibly testing it again by the end of the day, going into a 3-day weekend. I don't like Holland. They beat my country. Which country was that? You have to remind me. I thought you were going to say like a Premier League. Silver's doing better today, Patrick. Going into the weekend, long weekend. Oh, Holland. I thought you were talking about the player, Holland with AA. I was talking about the long-haired blonde Norwegian guy who's 6'4" and runs people over and scores goals with all parts of his body. But I'm not going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about because like Barry, where I'm a fair weather 4-year World Cup enthusiast. After that, I'm not really paying much attention. So anyway, what do you guys want to talk about? You know what I thought I might do? I thought I might play with the new Holly a little bit. Let's do that. Let's open that up. AI assistant. And I'm not going to use the mic. The mic can be kind of temperamental, especially if you're not really concise in what you want to say. So I'm going to type. I like to be nice to AI. Please give me a scan that will show. Trying to see if it's going to catch this alert. Gap ups that retrace, then go back to highs. Only on stocks. I'm just going to make it simple with a 75 minimum composite rating and 1.2 relative volume or higher. See, I might have gotten tripped up when I try to say that, and you got to be really careful when using the microphone. So I'm just going to go ahead and enter that and see what our new Holland is a Viking. Have you seen his diet? He drinks like raw milk and eats cow organs. And all right, so let's see what it came up with here. I'm not sure that it gave me what I want. So let's try something else. I'm going to do the let me see, how would I word this? I'm trying to see if it can locate the false gap up retracement. I guess I didn't use enough keywords. Can you replace the event alert with something else that would show a gap up and retracement back to highs? I could use the keyword false. Let's see if it comes up with it. All right, it gave me a different one. All right, so it's interesting. It's using its own logic. It's combining, okay, gap down reversal. Okay, I don't want gap down. I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to use the microphone this time. Hey, Holly, instead, use something that shows a false gap up retracement as the event. Let's see if we can back into the scan I was looking for. There it is. That's the icon I was looking for. So I kind of had to, I was just trying to see if it could back its way into it. But so what we have here are false gap up retracements, things that gapped up, went back to highs. Ooh, I'm supposed to set. Okay, it did it for me. So there's a value here. That's very interesting. And by the way, guys, I'm testing this as we speak, just as something to kind of fill some time here. We can all learn of this new feature, which may be released later today or tomorrow, if not Monday. My question to myself was, I got the event I wanted through the dictation to Holly, but did I get the qualifier? Well, I didn't give it a qualifier, so it gave me a neutral qualifier of 50, and that's fine. And that's fine. So it knows, the logic knows enough to add the qualifier columns. So let's take a look at what we got here. GLO was the false gap up retracement. I don't like that. I don't like the volume. So I need to add a volume filter. Okay, let's do this. Hey, Holly, this scan looks much better, but let's add some volume metrics like average daily volume of at least 300,000 shares. And stop blinking at me like that. I'm married. All right. By the way, this is Goofy. You'll be able to change any avatar you want if you so wish. That's just Dan's Goofy starting point. All right. Let's take a look at something that I just asked Holly to give me more volume. Okay, that was the last, a little bit better chart. Let's see what the history gave us today. A lot of names, but all of them gapped up. A lot of them retraced, but they haven't gone back to highs. Ooh, I know what I need to do. Here's what we're going to do. Hey, Holly, this scan looks even better, but we need to add a time frame. Don't start this scan until 30 minutes after the open. I'll add a time filter I saw. So, okay. We got nothing. Really? Let's look at the time filter. Let's change that to 15. Because as you can see, I suppressed a bunch of stuff, and there we go. So the 15-minute time filter worked a little better. Not too many scans, just a few. And they all failed. That's kind of what the market did this morning. It gapped up and then failed. All right, I'm going to close that session. I wanted to try something else I was thinking about. All right. Let's see if we can combine this. Let's see if I can trick her into doing two. Hey, Holly, create a scan for me that shows stocks gapping up and down that just had earnings this morning or last night. Okay, it's asking me for a qualifier, and that's what I was kind of tricking myself to do to see if it would create a multi-strategy. So separate alerts. Hey, Holly, number 3, separate alerts, please. Okay, so nothing came through today. However, let's see if it was done correctly. Earnings date, there's the earnings date. Okay, so that's the correct filter within 1 day of today. And our alerts are either gap up or gap down. Interesting. Okay. Oh, here, something just came through actually. GBX. GBX had earnings this morning and it gapped down. So, you know, just kind of playing around with things. Let's make a new scan. Hey, Holly, please make me a scan of strong stocks on the daily chart with a good composite rating, but today are making new lows and are touching the 130 SMA filter. Volume needs to be at least, all right. I waited too long. It went ahead and started without me. Okay. Let me qualify that. Okay, let me qualify. Okay, let me qualify. The 130 period SMA filter uses a 15-minute time frame, and the composite rating set to 75 as a minimum, and that's it. All right, let's see what we got here. That's not what I was looking for. Configure. Okay, I'm going to try and type this one. Let's do this. Do a new session. By at least 1% and touching but no lower than the 130 SMA 15-minute filter. I'm trying to get it to show a small minimum and a small maximum, so it's bracketing and giving an envelope straddling the 130, if you will. Okay, that's better. A new low on Pine. Let's see what we've got in the history. ICHR. Yeah, close. It's pretty close. Earlier. Anyway, for those that are just joining, this is the new feature that'll be coming out. It's basically an integrated back-end AI that's using a lot of really cool technology that's available to the developers out there, using Claude and GPT and Grok and others, all combining to talk to the logic that they taught it on how to read and understand and configure our alerts. So it's really nothing that could have happened until this moment in time, when you have all these outside third-party technology companies that are able to kind of put the chain together. And because of that, if you heard Dan say yesterday, this is going to be the first stepping stone before, the money machine, which you guys have seen in its skeleton form. Just consider that like a scaffolding skeleton. This AI will be the skin for it. It'll be much easier to configure, get what you want, and connect and do all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I mentioned I sold some stuff this morning. A couple of things of note. Andy got me interested in Baba, the Chinese stock, and I figured I might as well have some Chinese exposure. And I saw a tweet from Jake on X that it had never been so oversold in its entire history of trading. And so I bought some, figured pretty good risk reward down there under 90, under 95. So it's pretty much where I own it, under 95 here. I heard that ABTC is going to do a reverse split. And I already own some. I bought a little bit more this morning. I'm betting on Bitcoin at some point. I think we're close. I saw another great chart. As a matter of fact, let's look at that chart. Let's look at the Bitcoin chart. And I think it was like a monthly. Yeah. 50-month moving average. It was kind of a trend line. It might have been a weekly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly. You got to really go out though. I think it was the weekly because you could get more of a defined line on there. Forgot I can draw lines. Yep. That's why I'm liking Bitcoin right here. Or I'm liking all things crypto right here. This is this is the big daddy Bitcoin, and it's seen a miserable year and a half. We're on a weekly solid trend line. And not only that, we kind of snuck below and suckered out and really kind of washed out the weak hands that really wanted nothing to do with being out of something that was just no longer going to be above 60,000. So if we zoom in a little bit more, and where was I going with this? Why am I owning ABTC going into a reverse split? Why would you do that? I'm showing you because I believe that Bitcoin has probably had the worst of it. These are the weekly charts again. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts down there to break 60. And as I just showed you, it's very much on the trend line. Draw it again. That's why I like Bitcoin right here. Not here. 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 All right. So anyway, that's why I'm looking at ABTC. Oops, get a little droopy there midday. Going into just a super oversold reverse split on Monday. These shares become 15 to 1. So for every 15 shares, you get 1 back. Once again, these nano nukes, just absolute disgusting round trips and bad wicks. And this is what happens when you get under the armpit, as I've mentioned before, the armpit of declining moving averages. For instance, I know Dan loves Nibius. I got out yesterday. I didn't like the news yesterday. I got out for basically a flat. I was holding it, and the gap down took all my profits away. And I said, you know what? This is a big change. It was basically Facebook is saying, hey, we want to get into this business now. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Facebook was a customer of Nebula. What's going on? So people look like they're selling first, shooting first, and asking questions later. I'm glad I got out of that. Dan's an investor. I'm a trader. Don't combine the two. You know, we could both be right at the same time, depending on our time frames. But what I don't like about Nebius is now that it's breaking this 50-day moving average and threatening to go lower here midday. In fact, yesterday I decided to, people asked me if I use the anchored VWAP. Brian's been telling me to use the year-to-date VWAP. It's been pretty much an interesting level. Well, the year-to-date VWAP, this purple line, shows just how overbought and frothy Nebius was. So once it broke, and I'm getting back to this, once it broke, and he and I had a conversation this morning, even if it does bounce at the 50 Nebius, it's going to be caught under the armpit. And that's what I was getting at. Once things get ensnared and snagged under the armpit, they start looking like charts like Ondus, just ridiculous wicks that just pop in there and do nothing but frustrate. You know, SMR, wick, Okla, wick. You're under the moving averages. These are dominating. Turn the chart upside down and you're buying the dips. Well, I'm going to say it. I mean, yes, the market still looks great, but in so many popular names, we have an individual bear market in individual names is kind of what I was getting at. An epidemic of individual name bear markets. It'd probably be wise to sell some of this game right here as it just wicks there above the, and I'm going to. Let me just sell some here. I'm going to sell half this game. It's been a good run on that. And when you get a good run and a big wick right there at the 200-day moving average, take half off. That's not half. That's half. All right. I took half profits there in GameStop. And what do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to look to buy it back Monday. Maybe back down around here. We'll see. But what I don't like is that I was having a nice ride and it pops above the 50 and wicks right into a solid flat 200-day moving average. I got to give these charts their individual respect. As much as I might like the fundamental story or the company or the CEO, that was a big move right there, a 10% move. So I'll take half off. So I still have some if it goes, but more than likely I can probably buy that half off back on Monday down here, or even lower, who knows. Hey, Kesh, on the false flag gap retracement alert, I was trying to experiment. Is there a way to get an alert where the stock bottoms? Yes. So let's play with it. Let's build our own instead of using the new Holly. We're just going to go new alert window. Let's start from scratch. False is the key word. False gap. And by the way, if you want to know something, the year was 2003. And I was trading, and it was a bull market, and then it wasn't a bull market, and then it wasn't. Anyway, one of my favorite setups that I had learned that another trader had showed me was primarily on the 5-minute charts. Stocks that gap up and come back in, try to fill the gap, but aren't able to fill the gap, and then turn back and run to highs. Those are interesting setups. So I was trading those types of setups, and then coincidentally, Dan called me and said, hey, I just started my own company. It's 2003. Me and Phil want you to be the first beta tester. And I go, sure. So they gave me a login. They go, no, we want to build some alerts. What would be a cool setup that you would like? And at the time, before algorithms, okay, this worked really, really well. They built this for me. And then to answer your question, there's the qualifier. So we're going to put 50% of the gap filled. And what that means is when we go in here, let's add our qualifiers. Let's say we had to have a gap of at least 3%. Okay, 3%. Let's really play with this here, Kish. We'll do a minimum of $5, maximum 500. Volume today has to be at least, 300,000. Something's going to gap up. It better have damn good volume. That was, nope, we want, oh my God, we want gap percent, 3%. We don't, actually, we could use a composite rating. We'll take stocks that have a 75 decent rating. It saves us a lot of trouble of moving averages and things. And we can call this gap, fill, and go, just for a fun name. We probably should put some relative volume in there too, because stocks that are gapping up should have some relative volume. We'll just do like 1.2, something simple. 3% gap is pretty significant. We'll keep that for now. We'll see what happens. Okay, we got nothing. Why did we get nothing? Let's try something. Because nothing really went to highs, I think. Let's do a 1% gap. And we'll do a 1 relative volume. Okay, see how stuff starts to pop in there when you experiment? The problem with today's market is you're going to have a lot of these that got you suckered in on the open. So that begs the question, right? Let's say, well, shit, if that doesn't work on the upside, what works? Does it work on the downside? All we have to do is go to configure. We're just going to flip the one that we've got here upside down, because I'm afraid a lot of these charts, guys, are going to look like this today. Gap up and immediately reverse hard through that level. So let's flip this upside down, and then we get the false gap down retracement. Everything else gets inverted. Do we get anything? Nope, we didn't get anything. Let's take a look at the configure. Probably got to get rid of that stock composite rating. Let's try that. Yep. Oh, Baba, I'm along that. Don't do that to me. So let's look at something here. Okay, this is going to be good. I'm going to shift to a 5-minute, because this is a good example of what this alert looks for, right? And it's not every stinking day that it's going to work to the upside. So I would recommend having one to the downside, one to the upside. But here's the anatomy of how this alert worked. It gapped down more than 2%, correct? It filled more than 50% of the gap. So there is step one. The algorithm has been triggered. The algorithm does not go to lows until, or doesn't trigger until it goes to lows. So right there, that would have been when it triggered. So it has to literally gap down, come up into the gap, and then when it goes to lows, you can do that. Now, I'm going to show you something. Before I do that, I'll flip it back. And then Kish, I'll give it to you because you might want to play with this one around, but here's a starting point. Gap fill and go. Didn't work today. A lot of these stocks got smashed. See how they all got smashed? They opened up and then they just really blew through there. You don't want those. But you can flip those upside down on down days or use them both. So go ahead and duplicate this, and give yourself a duplicate. And then you just flip it. You get rid of the stock composite rating. That's fine. I'll give you both of these. But I think what we might do is try another. In the case, why did Baba trigger? That was a later version. Watch, if I go and look at history today, it's probably come through more than once, I would think. 829. Why did it trigger at 8? Triggered at 829. So it triggered right about there, the beginning of that candle, I guess. Let me go back. No, not. I'm going to show you something that might be a little better. Can't remember, I gave you that one first. And this one. Either way, you can flip and duplicate them, but that's the same thing. So here's a way in which I stopped using that alert, and I started to think, well, maybe it would be nice if we started incorporating like a gap and whatever. The market's getting hit again, huh? Okay. Not happy going into the weekend. Since we're using a down day today, I want to find something that would suffice. So what we're going to do is we're going to go new alert window. Actually, I probably got it already. I already have it built. What am I doing? Gap and 10 SMA are going to be my keywords. Gap fill to 10 SMA. So let's just open this. And these are stocks to the upside. So these stocks have gapped up and they're showing me when they fill it at the 10 SMA. See, this is a little more interesting using a 10 SMA rather than wait for it to go back to highs, because sometimes they'll pop in and move higher. I'm venturing to guess that the way the market is so shitty right now, that when I pull up a history of these bullish scans, they're all going to bleed through the 10 SMA. Bleed through, bleed through, bleed through. Oh, okay. So that one tried, but then now it's sucking. What if we have a partner, a cousin to this, that's a flip? We're looking for new highs into. So same concept, just go configure, flip, new highs, gapping down into the 10 SMA. These would become short entries. Sorry, new high. There we go. I double flipped it. Let's start taking a look. All right. And what we're doing now is we're thinking, okay, do we want to short at these declining 10 SMAs where we see the arrow? Well, that one would be in the money now. It gave you a little trouble earlier today. See how there's doubles in there? Okay, oof, look at that one. This one's money today, guys. So it just goes to show you there's no freaking magic scan that you pull up every single day and it works. You got to take a step back and look at the market. What's the market doing? Well, it's suckered a hell of a lot of people in on the open once again, and it just keeps grinding them lower. So a short is probably the way to play. And, having identified that earlier, not midday right now, we can start to say, hey, what are the scans that people chased on the open? I want to short and fade right here at let's put a 5 minute up. It's actually going to look better on a 5 minute probably. No, it's not. It won't work. It won't work because I need my 10 SMA. Okay, so here we go. We haven't even looked yet. We're going to look at some more. Pony. Gap down, never really got much above the 10 SMA line. That's a beautiful entry for a short. You'd still be, making money on that one. Snow. Quickly blasted through, but now it's coming back down. And look at how the 10 SMA, this would be almost like a re-entry thing where you could just add to it. You're like, oh man, I'm going to add to this position. They can't get this thing above the moving averages. This thing's going lower. All right, so I'm going to give you this scan to play with. And remember, I'm not going to do it for you this time, but go ahead and just duplicate it and then, flip the duplicated one. And you can start to play around with these things. But in my opinion, this one is going to work better than the false gap up retracement, Kish. Yeah. And I use the 10 SMA because that's usually the one, if we do have a strong day and we gap up and they try to sell stocks off, the reason that false gap retracement, those were late entries. But guess what, you guys? Those worked really well back in 98, 99, 2000 because there were no algorithms. We were trading in fractions a lot of the time too. So you had this crazy momentum when stocks went to highs. They blasted through highs. So the new high was the trigger. Well, then the market changed and the algorithms came along. And the high frequency traders came along, and what used to break out and follow through would reverse and smack the retail trader. And that was a whole game changer of how we tend to learn to adapt to the market. And that's when I said, hey, wait a minute. Why don't I just use trade ideas and rejigger it to show me the gaps that are retracing, but when they're catching the rising 10 SMA. And I put all that together, and I feel that is a much better scan. So duplicate those, flip them. You'll have one for an up day and one for a down day. You want to flip it, one for the days that are up, and you want to use it for the down days, like today. Like this is the bearish one. So this is the one that's going to work today. But if you wanted to flip it, we would just go to configure. And by the way, let's look at configure real quick for the newer users. Our gap was down 2%. Relative volume was 1. Our alert was a new high. Okay. And then we're just straddling the 10 SMA by 0.05%, bottom and top, negative and positive. So pretty much 0.1%. That little window of opportunity within the 10 SMA is going to grab the price and throw it lower. And that's the point at which that filter only shows us the new low and gives us that look. And then to flip it, you would just configure after you duplicate it and then flip one button and then save the one button flip. But today, you've got to be aware of the general market trend. As I said, there's probably a lot of them on here, and they probably just smashed a lot of them. This being a perfect example. This is so strong. The buyers should literally be stepping in right there. I'll show you where I think the buyers should be stepping in. But the same thing right there, same time of day. Buyers should have been stepping in right there. And so that begs the question, well, that's why I use the closing candle. If it closes below the 10 and doesn't work, that tells me momentum is dying and dead. that becomes my early warning signal candle. Probably time to just cut your losses and get out. So if I was trying to play these things, perfect example. Let me show you this. If I was trying to play these things and I was waiting, and I bought this candle right there, I waited and the candle wicked, I'd be like, yeah, that thing wicked. It's ready to go. Let's go. And then the very next candle did that. And then I'd be out. And just because I used that early warning system right there, look at how much grief it would have saved me. Time, effort, money, capital, emotion. That's why I used the first closing candle under the rising 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart to get out. That's my signal that the momentum has died. Okay, HL, even more interesting. Put up a good fight, a good fight, good fight. There's your signal candle right there. So if you obey the signal candle, which means it closes below the 10 SMA, this is all me. I didn't read this anywhere. This is just my rule. More often than not, you're going to be glad you did. Look at all that angst it saved you from just using that signal. This one you can see again, same, it put an effort in, it tried, 2 candles tried, and then that one failed. And if you used that one to get out, you'd be happy you did. So that's just the same story all the way across today. Tomorrow, Monday could be completely opposite. You just don't know. But you have 2 sets of scans that, keep you ready when you do figure it out. And there's your lesson for today on how to use the flip. Oh my God, ABTC. What the hell is wrong with this thing? Other than the fact that it's going to do a reverse split at the end of the day. I guess people want out. Again, if you missed it, I was showing a pretty good correlation there on the weekly chart of Bitcoin. Let me draw it better. There we go. So there's our weekly trend. Really, and trend lines are really important if you can identify them. They're not going to show up on moving averages. As a matter of fact, this trend line is also a kind of a double strength trend line because look what happened back here at 60,000. Back in 21 and 22, 60,000 was a pivot. It was a mess in 24. It was supported there in July. So this is not only a major pivot, but a major trend line hold as well. I like Bitcoin here. I don't think it has too much more to go. If I'm wrong, then bummer. I just got long. It bounced off the 10 SMA. Okay, so very coincidental. Speaking of the same stock, let's go back to my 15-minute because what I've done with my 15-minute is I've got a same setup here on my 15-minute. I got the 10 SMA and the 130. But that is the Bitcoin. Let's look at the IBIT. It's going to look different. 10 SMA just got long. IBIT bounce on the daily 10 SMA. There you go. You got me. Yep. There's the daily down there in green. It's got a pinch going on there, doesn't it? Between the 20 and the 10 on the daily. And when you see a pinch, you just wait to see who resolves, and then you go with that direction. So I'm out of money today. That's probably a good thing. I was eyeballing that Nebius at the 50-day. I'll tell you what, if Nebius, it very well could close. It's probably going to. It's probably going to put up a good fight and try to close right here at the 50. Problem is you've got these armpits coming over. They're going to have something to say about the oversold bounce. So Nebius could be in for some chop for a while. S&P still handily above that. I mean, that hopefully that's the worst of it today. I mean, let's zoom back out here. We were very overbought. Everybody was very, oh my God, we're so overbought. Let's put it up on RSI and see how overbought we are now. How much of that did we work off with this last 2 months of chop? Well, we were up here in the 80 percentile overbought. Now we're back down to even 50. So what doesn't pull back goes sideways, and sideways consolidation is stronger than pullback consolidation. So are we ready to do that? I kind of feel like we are, because we've had every opportunity to break down and we haven't. We've worked off a lot of that RSI. The only thing left that was pointed out to me was from Brian was the SMHs. They might want to come down here, and they're getting darn close to it. They might want to come down here and touch the 50-day SMA as well, because they were the frothy ones. They were the ones that really needed a little bit of a haircut. So what I'm doing is I'm putting in an alert to let me know in the future, hey, we're hitting this pivot point, which also happens to be the 50. So the semis could have a little bit more to go. It could be something like that, then down and hold. We'll see. But I think the point I really wanted to draw there was, where do we go from here in the NASDAQ? Yes, we have these big nasty downdrafts midday, but then the buyers jump back in and they hold us up. And for the most part, we were very much overbought earlier back here and back here. But we've worked all that off on the RSI. So you no longer can make the case that the market's overbought. You're making the case that the market's been in a 2-month flagging pattern. That's the case I'm trying to make. So big downdraft today. I'm not selling everything. I sold about 30% cash. I'm staying in 70% of the stuff I want over the weekend. And we'll see what that brings. But the things I'm watching are the SMH semis. Probably going to come down and test that. The NASDAQ needs to hold once again after a few tests, the 50-day SMA. You're probably right about that. I think I could use a fib on here. Let's see. I think that's a fib. What is that? No, that's the wrong time frame. Let's go back to weekly. All right. So I think that's a fib. What is that? Yep, Fibonacci retracement. Start there. Right there. Actually, it's the 2/3. It's the 61.8. So there was your 50%, but the 0.618 is the one that seems to be trying to hold. Thanks for reminding me of that, Patrick. Interesting. There's a lot going on there with pivots, and I did make a video on that. I hate to be the one who calls it, but if I had to make a video on that, I'd be saying, again, trend line, pivot, and then I'd put that Fibonacci up there. Yep, there it is. Right there, we're right on it. Let's do this. Watch this. Do it real quick. Bam. No, I can't do that. Hold on a second. I'm going to do the trend line instead. Like that. I'm going to have to do something with that. Click. Save. There we go. All right. Actually sharing that with a couple of people. All right, guys. I'm here for another few minutes. Then Barry's coming in. You got a nice intraday. Let's go back to the intraday here. Let's get rid of that. Let's go back to the 15-minute Bitcoin. And then we'll take a look at the IBIT. Had kind of a little fake drawdown there, a little head fake. Yep, look at that. Sometimes that's how price action gets started. A little head fake, head snap, and then reverse. We are heading into the second half of the day. IBIT doesn't, ABC doesn't care. I am in DJT, and I don't know what's going on with it today, but it's having a good day. Keeping my portfolio alive a little bit. Fibonacci from the top. What was I missing? Let's see here. Oh, from the top down. Yeah, that's the thing with Fibonacci's. You can do two different time frames, but I did the major low to the major high, kind of like you would with an anchored view app. And it actually kind of worked out well there. So again, here's the 130, but the 130 doesn't really work. And I shouldn't even have it on here, quite honestly. Oh no, hang on a second. It's because these are 24-hour markets. I just don't know what moving averages to use on a 24-hour market like that. I do have a log of questions that have been asked. Sorry, I'm doing a chat. Okay. All right. Last call for questions. Then we got a big weekend. Don't know what the market's going to do between now and then. I mean, that may have been the low of the day. I'm kind of hoping it was, but it very well couldn't have been. We just may want to come and kiss that 50-day moving average one more time. And then, like I said, the SMHs still have kind of a date with destiny, I think. But we haven't even looked at the IWM though. The Russell 2000 and just the small caps have been grinding higher, which is funny because some of my small caps grind lower. But what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Yeah, what are you gonna
What
do?
are you gonna do? You're gonna sell them at the end of the day, raise cash, and redeploy it the next day.
There you go. All right, Steve.
All right.
Well, it is now 5-2, so I'll let you go. Have a great 4th for you. I don't know what you do on the 4th. I don't know. You get together with
I
friends.
stay home,
barbecuing,
away from the
or
crowds.
Stay home away from the crowds. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, whatever you do, have a good time, and we'll
All right,
see you next week.
Sounds good. See you. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, back in both rooms. Just give me a moment as I grab my screen in YouTube. Okay, YouTube is grabbed. Next, as always, music. Give me one moment, guys. All right. Now, Amber, I don't know if you're still around. I don't know if anybody asked you about or answered your question about what to can you explain what to expect after a reverse split? So you're in this ABTC, okay? And what are they doing? A reverse, yeah. So they're going to do a reverse split. So a 1-4-15, okay? So when you say, you too, Harry, when you say what to expect, what do you mean by that exactly? Like, is it going to go up, going to go down? I mean, we don't know, of course. Typically, in the old days, meaning maybe 5 to 10 years ago, it was almost 100% sure that it would go down. Okay, remember why the company is doing a reverse split? They're trying to get the stock over $1 to maintain their Nasdaq listing. So that's why they're doing it now. So, are you in this right now? And am I speaking to myself? I don't know if Amber's still around. Because what we have seen over the last several years is that if a company does a reverse split and then they try to come up with any sort of a press release, it can have a little bit of a pop. Oh, you're in the, okay, you're in YouTube. Okay. So, Amber, does that mean you are in ABTC right now? I mean, it's not usually great news. Okay. I'll tell you that right off the bat. I mean, it's not usually great news. I mean, it's they're trying to get the stock, understanding why they're doing the reverse split. They're trying to get this. Well, they'll get the stock over $1. Okay, so I don't know when is it effective. Effective when? Effective July 2nd. Well, it hasn't taken effect yet, obviously. But when it does, assuming they do it and the stock is at 60 cents, it'll look like if the stock is at $9. But remember, basically what's happening is that the float or the number of shares outstanding will decrease by 1/15th, and the share price will go up by 15. So when you multiply those two together, you're getting the same market cap. What you have to hope for is that whoever runs the company is going to come up with some kind of a press release soon, some kind of news, whatever it is, to try to pump the stock afterwards. If they don't, anybody's guess what's going to happen. What is happening to NBIS? Well, I don't know. What is happening to NBIS? I know this is one of Dan's big stocks that he made a lot of money on, but what is happening, I don't know. I'm just looking at this news here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to. I don't know. I've never had NDIS, so meanwhile, the market is continuing down, guys. Hmm. Okay, guys. Now, of course, it's the afternoon now, getting into the afternoon now, and so we only have 3 hours left for the market to be open, and of course, the market's closed tomorrow. So, I would suspect that we're not going to get too much action. Well, certainly in the larger cap stocks. Okay, for the rest of the day. These stocks, these little ones here, they can keep trading in interesting ways, but I think the large cap stocks are, we're not going to get too much action. This VSX is still strong. Yeah, it had a little pullback, but nothing much. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go over my homepage one last time this week. This promo code is definitely alive today. It wasn't yesterday. I erroneously posted it, but it is alive today, and I guess all next week. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see right at the very top, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So please listen carefully, though. So you can get 30% off if you want a premium annual subscription. A premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off using this code. I should remember not to eat anything with seeds in it while I'm on my break. Give me a moment. Or you can get 25% off everything else. Everything else meaning premium monthly, standard monthly, or the standard annual. Okay. So you can get 25%. And remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, the 25% applies to the first month only. First month only. I repeat that over and over again because people Cindy gets so irate, they don't read. They don't understand why they're being charged more the second month. You just don't use a Mac. Yeah. I mean, if you've got a Mac, you have to read you have to read. It's not a Mac-based product. So you'd have to be prepared to take an emulation program like Parallels or go out and buy a cheap PC. It is not a Mac product. Did you get your refund, Dan? Okay. So Parallels cost about $80 a year. That's not bad. I mean, what's that? Say $7 a month, a little less, $6 a month, between $6 and $7 a month. It's not terrible. But anyway, now I see the BSX is picking up steam down. That's okay. I tried twice to short it. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room right here. This main room, if you're sitting on YouTube, you might wonder, well, what is this room all about? Well, it is a free room also. Some perks though. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you want to come into a room and interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come in here. I don't do it. I don't open up the room at 6:45. Obi does that for us in the main room. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't. Why? Because I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. I get on the mic, both rooms, between 9 and 9:15. And if you keep scrolling down, so Steve was in our YouTube room taking over for me for the last hour, and he's the originator of the trades of the week. I don't know if we talked about this week's. I don't even know what this week's is. Was it Hood? But anyway, here's how you can sign up for it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Education. No, wait a minute. Yeah, education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, this is the first thing you should do. Mandatory if you've just taken out a subscription. It's a tough word to say. I don't know why. Subscription. 12 short videos to get going. If you haven't taken out, if you're thinking about the product but not sure, this is what I would do. Don't take out a subscription until you have at least an idea about what the product is capable of doing. And that you can do that by looking at this. Go to the start off with the second video. Go to the end. It can show you what the product is capable of doing. It may make up your mind whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. You try us for a month, you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. And then last, my scans. Click on my homepage link, middle section, and here they are. View the scans. Excuse me. Large cap gainers is over here. This race, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is a volatile race right here. More volatile. This is a lot more settled down type of a race. In other words, you're not going to see wild swings in the stocks, where this one, of course, you can see some wild swings. Pulse resumes is down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans. And this is not technically a scan. The pre-market act is up and down. This is a more, well, it's a top list, just showing you the stocks that are up the most or down the most in the pre-market. But I do have other scans, and this is the one I'm concentrating on a lot now. The trend, the daily trend reversals. So if you have any questions about the scans, I don't have that bouncers toppers on my in my homepage yet. So we're wondering if I should put it there. The desktop app definitely works in the pre-market. So, okay, definitely. So, a couple of things. Depends what you're trying to do. Now, are you talking about first of all, the charts? Okay, yeah, it's got to be one of your settings. If you're using the relative volume filter as one of your settings, yeah, you'll block all the data in the pre-market. Okay, so for instance. Okay, yeah. It's one of the filters that just blocks. Okay. I'm going to say the other thing too is that, so you do know, I mean, our charts do work in the pre-market. You just have to go to properties and show pre-market, show post-market. But believe me, yeah. So you understand, okay? Because I use a lot of, I've got my pre-market actives up and down. I actually have a momentum scan that I look at. I compare count window. Everything works in the pre-market as long as you're not using. There might be another filter or two that if you have, I don't know what they are. The main culprit is the relative volume. So what you can do, Hopkins, or C. Hopkins, I guess. What you can do is take it off, and then when the market opens, just maybe a minute before the market opens, just add it back in. Before the 9:30 open, just add it back in. That's what I do. Now you're not using the change from the open, right? That change percent. Sorry, you're using change. You're using the change. You can't use the change from the open. Okay, yeah, change from the close. Okay. Oh, so are you saying that you did not have the relative volume filter, but it was still not giving you anything? Is that what you're saying? Okay, you can do a couple of things for me. Do you know how to put the cloud link in? I'll check it to see. There's got to be something blocking it. Okay. You know how to put the cloud link in? Okay, I'll take a look at it. There will be a rational reason, okay, for it. And please make sure it's just don't give me your entire layout, please. Do not give me your entire layout. Just give me one scan that is not working or something that is not working because I cannot load your entire layout because if I do, my layout will disappear. So please make sure it's just one window. Well, I guess I should have just kept hanging on to the METU, but I did not. Got out of it mainly because I was going to take my break and I was going to be away from my computer for maybe 20 minutes. I'd been sitting at my computer. If I knew I was going to sit at my computer, or even I do my workout, but It is in front of my computer. But I knew I had to leave for about 20 minutes. So, but the METU, I mean, that would have been a great all day short. All right, guys, let's see if there's anything happening in one of these. Okay. I'll tell you if you've done it right. You have done it right. Okay. You've given me one topless window count one. Okay. Now I have a feeling it might be because you don't have market hours or you haven't got low. You haven't. One thing I didn't do because I didn't think it was a topless window. It has to be active. My guess is that well, you're getting nothing even right now, but it's possible. So here's a time frame. Okay, you have live always. Okay, you're getting nothing. What do you got in here? So you want the low float. You want 250,000 shares between $2 and $20. 250,000 shares. All right. Let me just out of curiosity, I want to do this. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of the change from the close. I mean, we should obviously get some stocks. Not a lot though. 2 and 20, at least 250,000 shares and low float, less than 20 million. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is it for so you can see even if you take out the 10%, I mean, you're only getting this is all you're getting. And you can see right off the bat that nothing is up 10% right here. I mean, here there's some down more than 10%, but you're not getting anything that's up more than 10%. here, and very few are meeting the requirements anyway. I mean, here's your float information. You did it right. Now the next thing, boy, Pepe beat me to it. I wanted to make sure you weren't looking at just penny stocks but in the configure, remember you have exchanges. So okay. Let's add NASDAQ. Exactly. I'm sure now you're going to get some. Okay. NASDAQ. Boom. So I really don't know what the default is. The default probably is not to have them all checked, but certainly, that was the culprit right there. Now we can probably add the 10% back. Change from the close percent. So now we can probably, I'm sure we can add the 10% back and you're going to get something. There you go. Not a lot though. Still not a lot. Okay. I mean, that's what you're getting then. This is what you would have seen. Thank you, Pepe, for that. I was going to go through a couple of these other things, but the exchanges would have been probably the last thing I would have thought of, but that's it. Now, so what you want to do is if you want to have other top list windows. I mean, I'm surprised. I don't really remember ever having to check NASDAQ. Let me just look at my bouncers toppers as an example. Okay. See, I have a feeling they're all checked. I have a feeling that they're all checked as a default because I didn't go through this and check them all. I mean, I should, I don't ever see any pink sheet stocks in that one, but and here's the Toronto. I don't see any of those either. That's because it says negative. Okay. Oh, you just got it yesterday? Oh, okay. Well, what you can do is something like this. If you ever wanted to open another top list, create another new top list from scratch, you can right click and save as default. Okay. So you could save this as default, which is good if you want the same column headers all the time. Okay. If you want which typically, I mean, look, you always want the price. I can see. I mean, most people want the price. You want the volume. Um, you might want the float. Okay, so what I would do is I would create a top. If this is what you want to see all the time, relative volume, perhaps. If this is what you want to see every time you create a new top list, these column headers, then you could right click and save as default. You could always go back and save as default. So when you created a new top list window, or very simply, if I wanted to create a new top list window, you could just duplicate it. Okay, so now you've duplicated, and now you can go in. And now you can make some changes. Whatever changes you want to your another top list window. For the float and the price, and you see what I mean. I mean, you could go new top list window, but I find it just as easy just to duplicate a window that you basically want to have the same column headers all the time. And then you just go in and make and then you can, of course, add. So if this could be the one that you want always as default. Now, nothing saying that if you duplicated this one, and because you're trying to create another type of a top list with, some other filters, you could always add filters, another filter in here that you want to add, maybe the VWAP or whatever, the 200-day moving average. You could always add as either as a column also or as a filter, just to modify the existing one that you've got as sort of your default. That makes sense? I just find that's an easy way to do it. It's like with the charts. If I wanted a new chart, sure, I could go to new chart. I could go new and then chart window. I could do that. But I find it, if I wanted another chart with another time frame though, I find it way easier, especially when I want I want the volume bars, the color here. Maybe I want the VWAP, so this is sort of my default chart. So I right click and duplicate it. Okay, so now I've got the same chart basically, but now simple to change the time frame, go to the clock and change it, say a 2-minute time frame. So now if that's what I wanted to do, I wanted, so I find it easier just to duplicate the charts and then change the time frame, assuming you want the same things on every chart, especially on intraday. So a good question though. I mean, yeah, how frustrating was that? You think you've done everything correctly. You even got rid of the relative volume if you had it. Yeah. Well, that's why the room, is like this, okay? It's a support room too. It's not just a trading room. And you asked the question, but there could be other people out there that said, that's why it's not working for me. Okay. So I do appreciate the questions because there's people out there that maybe just for whatever reason they don't want to ask questions. Well, I guess this was the star. Now, how many windows do you have up and running? How many windows do you have up and running? Just out of curiosity. You don't want to overwhelm yourself, okay? How many alert windows? How many top list windows? You can quickly do it if you can see what I did. There's a little green ball, and then there's a little sort of graph. You click on that. That tells you how many windows you've got open, and you have greater than 10. Probably too many. It's probably too many. Okay. Now the halt resumes. Yes, technically it's a scanner. I find it just more of an information, showing me when stocks are halted and resumed. Okay. So yes, I mean technically it is a scanner. It's giving you real time alerts. I get it, but it's more for me yeah, more like news. Okay. Here's a halted stock that's halted. But momentum gapper, MACD crossing, big volume spike, new daily highs, high volume crossing, and high volume crossing. Now the other thing is that top list that you showed me only is giving a few. So I mean, it depends how many are they all top lists or are there any alert windows there? Because that Momo, that was a top list window. Are is the Gapper another top list? Are they all top list windows? Are there any real time alert windows? Okay, in your 6 alert windows, how many alerts are you getting all day long? Like, is it just one after another, after another, after another? In a lot of them? Says it's okay to have 6. Okay, it's okay to have 6 as long as they're not, you're not getting an alert every 2 seconds, because 'cause you'll never get anything done. You'll be, going back and forth to all those 6, real-time alerts. I look at my daily trend reversal. This is a big day. This is a lot of stocks in this one, okay? But still, I don't, what, 20, maybe there are 20 different alerts for the entire day. I would say that, most of the time it's more like 10 for the entire day. And this is two scans. But so I think you're doing the right way. If you're limiting it to, so you understand the limit, the don't repeat 1 minute. Okay. You do understand that. All right. Where did you get into CLRO? Yeah, I mean, I don't use the MACD crossing, but that doesn't mean it's not good. Okay. I just have a 580. Okay. Wow. 580. Okay. Let's just see what you could have done. Okay. If you use the wave. So 580 is right. So you bought it, looked like you bought it maybe on that pullback, little pullback. Okay. Okay. This wouldn't have been easy though, still. The reason being is that you bought it on the pullback, but then all of a sudden you have this happening. So what I would have done had I been in at 580 on that, and I see it get up to 725, and then it pulls back into the wave, there's no question I would have taken some off. So you could have taken, like, get out at some, not all, at 680. So you've protected yourself, not all though. And then you hold on. Because it did not turn orange. Okay. I'm not saying this would have been the easiest one, but look at the float, 890,000 for the float. You got to be really careful. I mean, that could have been a massive yank all the way down. But I would have probably taken some off with a dollar, 580. I would have taken some off at 680 just because it was getting into the wave. The ideal situation, looking at the wave, the problem is with these really cheap low float stocks. I don't want to find one that is really exemplifies. Yeah, I mean, you can see here, if a person had taken the stock, the trade right here, even that one though got into the wave, but it's a lot easier to hold on. When the bottom of the bars are sort of keeping in contact, number one, with the top of the wave, so it hasn't gone totally parabolic. Now, if you're in down here, you want it to go parabolic, I get it. But if you're in this stock here at 2630, if it starts to go parabolic, there are a lot of traders that are going to start taking some profit. So as long as, for me, that's how I use it anyway. Let me see if I can find even a better one. I mean, this is pretty, if you had taken this trade right around here, 28, say at 29, you're in it, 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 you're in it. You're not getting out of a penny of it until maybe here. Okay, as it gets into the wave, but you're not getting out of the entire position. That's how I use it. Just following it up, up, up. Just a visual. I mean, listen, the wave is. If you didn't have the wave, you could be eyeballing this same. But the wave is just, for me, a nice pictorial presentation of what's happening. This is not. I mean, this is too choppy. This is not nothing I would probably have traded. It's a little too choppy. Wow, the CLRO. Oh my goodness. Yeah, now you see what's happening is right there. You see how the bottom of the bar is not touching the top of the wave? Right now, there have to be people out there going, "Whoa, this is getting a little parabolic." Yeah, and that's fine, chat or C Hopkins. That's fine. So you put that on your chart, okay? The ADMA on the 1 or 3, and that's fine. I mean, I just like the visual presentation of the wave. E Carry On 2010. I am fine. How are you? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'm fine. So you have to be a okay. So you have to be a member of Trade Ideas. I'm talking to E Carry On. So yeah, I mean, is there a download so I can create my own app and GPT from Trade Ideas? So are you a member? Okay. So what is coming? And I guess it's not today, but you see, I'm pointing at something called AI Assistant. Now, you should have either in help, you should see something that says Chat GPT, not AI Assistant yet, or in new. See what I think you guys have that and where you can actually ask the question, create a scan for me based on these parameters. This says AI Assistant. This is the new one. Okay. And it would literally, generate a top list window. Okay. As an example. So, I mean, this is the canned one. Show me the 20 biggest percentage gainers today, price between 5 and 100, with at least 3 times relative volume and average daily volume over a million, excluding ETFs. So it would create it for you. Okay, but remember, this is not available to you guys quite yet. But you see, this is the beauty of it. What happens for you guys is it creates it, but it's outside of Trade Ideas, so you'd have to copy the link and then load it and all that. The next generation using this AI assistant, see how it created it automatically, and of course, all I'd have to do is put in my own set of parameters, ask it, and I can actually use the mic and say, okay, show me stocks that are up 10%, minimum volume a million, maximum float 20 million, et cetera, et cetera, and it'll create it for you. I mean, Dan, I know I'd like to think it's going to be available next week because I know Dan talked about it. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, who does a YouTube thing, a YouTube stream between 12 and 1 most Wednesdays. And I know he talked about it yesterday. And this is the reason I have it is because I'm on a development build, but this is supposed to be very soon for you guys. It's just easier. The other one is it does the same thing, but this is you saw what happens. It automatically creates it. Now I can take it. Okay, I can take it out. Now I can incorporate it as part of my layout. I can obviously make some changes if I want. If I said to myself, well, I know I said 5 and 100, but let's make it 5 and 50. Okay. But it basically builds a template for you that you can then, if you want later on, to massage it. Or you could say right here, you could say, that one that the top 20% gainers that you created for me, change that price range to, 1 in 1,000, and it'll do it. Okay. Yeah. So not a code for your own GPT. No, I see what you mean. No. And this is pretty cool, especially, for people who struggle trying to create scans. Now, you have to have an idea about what you're looking for, of course. And if you stump the AI assistant, it's going to tell you, I'm not quite clear what you mean by this. Can you give me more clarity or something like that? Okay. Or if you asked it to do something that we don't have filters for, For instance, create me an Ichimoku cloud that, well, they're going to say, sorry, we don't have that. Okay. Ooh, CLRO halt. Wow, is it ever? Because it was up at $11, wasn't it? Or $10. Okay, almost $10. Halted on the way down. So, and you can see exactly what I was talking about. See how it got parabolic? You know, that's how I use the wave. If I had been in this one down here, sure, I probably would have taken some off here, but I'm still in it, still in it, still in it. But all of a sudden, this bar losing touch with the top of the wave. Well, that's on 15. Even on the 5, I start to think, okay, there are people out there that are going to start to take some profit probably. Now, again, because this is such a low float, I mean, that's massive profit taking. Now you could, I mean, listen, carry on. I mean, I think I experimented with Gemini a while back. You could say things like, "Listen, Gemini, I use trade ideas, and can you create a scan for me?" I think you can still do, but why do that, right? Eventually, do it within the program. And I think Dan says it takes a lot of the different chat GPTs, and so it's not using just one. I think that's what didn't he say that yesterday, Pepe? It's not just using one. Well, I don't think we're going to get a positive close today, guys. Yeah, this SPY, I mean, this was, mildly positive up here, but we've dropped 10 points from the high today, 751. We've dropped 10 points. I don't think we're going to get a positive, unless something remarkable happens in the next 2.5 hours. All right, so this is a supporting blockchain Athena ETH. So I mean, this is something that popped after hours yesterday. But look at this. I mean, it came right back down. It's a short opportunity from our AI. We don't often get from our AI stocks this late in the day. Usually it's pretty much by 11 o'clock. You're not going to get too many after 11. But late in the day like this, a suggestion to short this one. And guess what? It is shortable at Interactive Brokers for me. Interesting. I think. Well, it says 25,000 now. Whether they let me do it or not. Hmm. Is Rivian short? I'm sure it must be. But before I put mouth, I'll check. I'm sure it must be. Yeah, tons of shares. 12 million, 12.9 million. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this. The float is 100,000 share. That's it? Oh, wow. That's it? That's crazy. Because I was thinking of shorting it, but I'm not sure I want to short something that has 100,000 shares in the float. Maybe if it gets to 290, maybe. I'm surprised it's trading so like only a penny spread. I'm surprised at that. I'm gonna have to check that site. It's hard for me to believe there's only that amount in the float. But on the other hand, that's where we're getting our data from. But I just want to check it. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, look at that. Yeah, the float is only 100,000 shares. That's ridiculous. So why it'd be dangerous to short this? And now listen. I mean, some of you might say, "Yeah, because of that float, I'm going to short it." But anything could happen. You get just a little bit of buying with that float, you could just pop this stock like crazy. Still up 44%. So I just have to take a pass on that. I'm actually very surprised there are shorts available. There are shorts available, and I would have been able to short because I actually put a I wanted to put a bid like a short at 310, and it didn't stop me. All right. No, CLRO looks like it popped up again, guys. So what do they do? Design, development, and marketing of professional audio conferencing, microphone, and video collaboration solutions. All right, and that float looks huge compared to the other one. 808 times it. Yeah, but I mean crazy low. 890,000 shares on the float. Could be one of these, later on. I mean, if it takes wow, 960 it got up to. Maybe it gets back over 9 because I mean there's nothing really stopping it. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is around 1537. Doesn't mean there wasn't a daily high in here that's could block it, but when was that? That was back in July. So it's a year ago. So it's looking at year ago highs. Ha! Yeah, I don't think most of us, at least I did not have shorts available for S dot. Wow. When you say drop to 30, oh, it's dropped $30. I see. Yes. Well, it's dropped even more than that. Remember, it was $106 earlier. So we're talking $60 drop. Imagine that. Boy, this super group, this is an all-time high now for the super group. SGHC. This is not succumbing to the market pressure at all. Let's see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news on it. I mean, look at this market, this one. Okay, this was halted on the way up. Not very much volume yet, though. JLHL, only 61,000 shares have traded. I'm sure it might pick up once it comes out of the halt, but not very much volume. Oh, okay. Halted on the way down. So that looks like it could be done. Halted on the way down again. CLRO. Projected open could be in the 7 level, 703. And so it's halted at 730. But it's catching up. Again, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue window I'm displaying. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Why do I keep having to say that? Barry, I was watching your presentation today. Can you give me that blue screen you display every now and then? No, I would love to, I mean, I would love to have this, but the problem is that if I display this all day long, people will be asking me for it. Where is it in trade ideas? So that's why I don't do it. Even this one, they telling me how many shorts are available. I would do it, but again, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is my broker's account, and so I would just get questions all day long. Where is that? Okay. I almost flipped the script on this USDE. Almost didn't do it, but again, it's still up a lot percentage wise, 52%. But boy, that float. BMGL halted. Well, I don't see. So it's a volatility halt. Okay, it's not. I don't see that it's news pending unless I missing something. I just see that it's a volatility halt, and I don't see that it says news pending. It says volatility trading pause. Yeah, I mean the BSX short would have worked up here, but all right. What is happening with this one? COPR, the Idaho Copper Corporation, down 34% today, trying to crawl off the bottom. That's the VWAP, 392. It's at 4. And it is halted. It is not halted, sorry. So they did a financing at 485. So it's quite a bit below the financing price. 3.7 million shares. So they're raising some money, but it's quite below the financing price, which is somewhat typical. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is really, it hammered down really from $6 down to 4. I guess it did back here. Or was this a dividend or something? I mean, I don't remember seeing this one yesterday. Now that's a great looking wave. Imagine if you'd been in this one, guys. Okay, ALGM. That is a great looking wave. So if you'd shorted this one up here around the 61, 62 mark, okay, you're riding it. You're riding it. Now you're riding it right there. There was a little bit of a pause. Okay, so if you're in up here at 62, a little bit of a pause. Maybe you take some off. That's like a $4 gain. But you're in it. You're in it. You're in it. You're in it. You're just in it. Just ride the wave down. right there, maybe if you hadn't taken any off here, maybe you would have taken off a little bit here as that bar started piercing into the wave. But boy, oh boy, I mean, that's a great, great wave. And I mean, it's basically following the SPY. So all these are coming from the bouncer toppers, guys. So anything in blue, the theory was that, okay, are these oversold? So we're looking for maybe a bounce play. But, again, I'm going to try to concentrate a lot more next week on these sort of stocks that are not necessarily looking for bounces. Maybe, watch for a little bounce, then the failure of it to move higher, and then take advantage of the fact that it's such a, well, in this case anyway, I would short it. This completely flipped the script, because remember at the beginning of the day, everything was orange. Everything was orange until about, well, there's 10 o'clock, but still predominantly orange until, remember, orange meaning maybe a top out and you're looking to short. But then at 11:26, virtually everything is blue with the odd little orange in here. The tale of 2 days, really, or within the day. Seriously, I mean, a big change, and you can just see market was looking pretty good right up here, and then that's when we started to get all that blue. Wow. I just, for fun, guys, I decided to take that short. I got and I covered it almost immediately. Most of it, all of it now. It was just a quick scalp on the ALGM. And then you see the spread widen. The spread was not that bad when I took it. Okay, that's my plan for next week, guys. I'm definitely going to be paying way more attention to the bouncers toppers, but not necessarily looking for a bounce or a top, but more going in the same direction after maybe a little pull up especially on the short side. I find the short side works better. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, especially if the market's going to do this, of course, helps. So 2 things to look for me next week. Again, there weren't very many in here. What I was looking for were company ETFs. The only one I completely discounted this one, the SMCX. So the only one when I saw the METU, that's the one I took. I shorted it. I don't think there was another one other than several for Meta. I don't think there was another one today. Nope. Whereas there were about 5 or 6 yesterday. Company ETFs. I mean, Meta is still making its way down. So BMGL just opened and well, it popped a bit, but came right back down. Not a lot of pretty low in the volume, very low volume, which makes, look at the spread, 811, 854 makes it basically untradeable. Here's another one. I mean, just breaking down underneath the whole number, Fermi, FRMI has room down to 716 on the daily chart, which is about the same on the weekly. I bet, yeah, 716. So that weekly low is basically that daily low right there. Big float. So if I took this one, I wouldn't expect it like a giant move, but 270. I mean, it's a big move, down 8% with that sort of a float. That is a big move. See if there's any news on it. Well, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if some kind of a short seller, I guess. New Bauer asks, what is the Fermi board afraid to say under oath as the company dismisses litigation prior to discovery? Well, this is not good. Don't know who this guy is, if he's a board member or I don't know who he is. Not quite a lifetime low. Lifetime low looks like it'd be down here. All right, guys, it is 2:02. So unless there are more questions, I think I'm going to think about starting to take off in the next minute or so. I'll hang around for another minute if there's any questions. If not, I will take off and, of course, wish my U.S. friends a happy 4th. Remember, for those not in the United States, in Europe somewhere, markets are closed tomorrow. U.S. markets are closed tomorrow. It's the bouncers toppers, Burke. I think you've asked me for it. You asked me for it this morning. It's the bouncers toppers. Okay. Now, if you didn't take it, if you didn't copy it, don't worry. I can give it to you again, but this time, if you do want it, make sure you save it if you want it. Well, the theory, okay, first of all, this is a multi-strategy window, okay? So this is for everybody. This is a multi-strategy window. 2 strategies are in here. 2 scans are in here. If you right-click on it, click on this and hover over strategies. You can see I've got two: potential toppers, potential bouncers. So a bouncer, the blue I call, because I find for me, blue and green, those are positive. So if I'm looking to go long something, that's just the way I've coordinated it. Toppers, I'm looking to short potentially. So that's usually for me, I color code them in orange or yellow. But to see what they're looking for, just hover over it, and then you can click on the configure, and you can see exactly what the scan is looking for. So, this is the key part. The stock was down at least 5 candles in a row on the 5 minute, below the VWAP, and the RSI is no more than 22. This can mean, that a stock is oversold. But the way I'm looking at it, yeah, we might get a little bounce, but next week I'm planning, depending on when, I get the alerts. And it also depends how much room they have. I want to short something. I want to be able to look left and see that the stock could keep moving down for quite a bit before it hits that next low looking left. I'm planning more than likely just to follow it in the same direction. In other words, as a short, as opposed to a bounce. But that's the theory behind it. So if it's an orange, it's a stock that is perhaps topped out. And then you look to short it. But the same thing here. Sure, a little pullback, but it still looks strong. And don't forget, if you want it and anybody taking it, just make sure you right click, save or share to cloud. Save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. So if you accidentally, exit out, no worries. You just go back into your cloud file, load from cloud. And you'll probably see it right at the very top if you just saved it. And of course, if you don't like the colors, you can always change the colors. The colors that's just my personal preference. Just, in general, what you do is you would go to the strategies, potential toppers. I have it in orange. You would go to the color section. And if you want to change the background, you can change both. But if you wanted to change the background, which is orange, and keep the foreground black. So if I click on background, if I change it to orange or yellow, that's what it would look like. So of course you can make any changes you want. If you want to change the foreground to something else, go ahead. But that's how you can make changes to the color if you don't like what I'm using. So again, right click, strategies, hover over the toppers, box pops up, colors. All right, guys, I think that's it. So thanks for all the help all week long. So for YouTube, I'm going to shut this down right now. So YouTubers, will see you Monday morning. I'll get on the mic at about 9 o'clock, sometime between 9 and 9:15. Okay. So that's for the YouTubers.